Thank you very much. Having noted that the COVID-19 is upon us, and that we have the three premiers in isolation, and the fact that we have lost quite a number of honorable members in different legislatures. Can we have a moment of silence? Just observe a moment of silence before we proceed. Thank you very much. So before we proceed, honorable delegates, I would like to remind you that the virtual sitting constitutes, as we all know, a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, and the place of the sitting is deemed to be Cape Town, where the seat of the National Council of Provinces is. In addition to the rules of virtual sittings, the rules of the National Council of Provinces, including rules of debate apply, and delegates should note that anything sent to everyone via the chat screen is deemed to have been said to the House and may be ruled upon. Delegates enjoy the same powers and privilege that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces. For the purpose of the quorum, all delegates who logged in shall be considered to be present. So that speaks to powers, privileges, and the question of the quorum. For the duration of the sitting, delegates must mute their microphones unless if they wish to speak. Any delegates who wishes to speak should use the raise your hand function. And as we've said before, by now honorable members are familiar with the raise your hand function. Honorable delegates, please note that the interpretation facility is active, and delegates are reminded to please keep their videos on for the duration of the sitting. Having said that, I've been informed that there'll be no notices of motion or motions without notice. Honorable delegates will now proceed to the first order, policy debate on budget vote number 3, cooperative governance adjustments appropriation bill. I now call on and call upon Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, the Minister of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs, to open the debate.
Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Chairperson and members of the Select Committee on COPTA, Deputy Ministers, members of the Provincial Executives, delegates from the provinces, representatives of SALCA, leaders of labor, business and civil society, Directors General of the Department of DCOC and Traditional Affairs, CEOs and heads of institutions in our sector, ladies and gentlemen, we meet virtually to present our readjusted budget vote under difficult and challenging circumstances as the world is engulfed in the COVID-19 storm. Our nation and our way of life has been dramatically altered, perhaps forever. Under the leadership of President Cyril Ramaphosa, we have adopted a risk-adjusted strategy which seeks to maintain a very delicate and difficult balance between saving lives and livelihoods. Gradually, as we move from the lockdown level 5 in April to level 3 on the 1st of June, we recorded on the 1st of June 34,357 cases, total cases, with 705 total deaths. But on that day, we had 1,674 new cases and 22 new deaths. But yesterday, we've increased the total number of cases to 311,049 cases, with 4,453 total deaths. But yesterday alone, we had 12,757 new cases and 107 new deaths. Despite us being 25th in population size in the world, we now rank, as of yesterday, 8th in the total number of infections. And if we only consider the new cases, we are now ranked 4th, just behind India, Brazil, and the US. It is for these reasons that the government introduced further restrictions to cap the surge in infections, which include the mandatory wearing of masks, the suspension of the sale, dispensing, and transportation of alcohol, continued restrictions on tobacco sale to the public, restrictions on interprovincial travel, and many others. As the chair at the beginning, we are losing loved ones, fathers, mothers, breadwinners, children, relatives, and friends. Just yesterday in Copta, we heard of the passing of one of our chief directors, Mr. George Setiso, who was managing one of the managers in the community works program. In fact, our condolences to the wife, children, and family and friends. And also in our Copta sphere, we know that we've buried Her Majesty, the Regent of Amakakabi, the MEC for Copta Northwest, the Speaker of Buffalo City, Mr. Alfred Mtsi. And we also learned of the passing away of the former Human Rights Commissioner, Tom Mantata, and of course, our activist and ambassador, Zinzi Mandela, and many others. And our condolences to all of them. But also we must remember the families and friends and colleagues of health workers, police, safety security personnel, teachers, and all other frontline workers who have lost their lives. And we must also make sure that health workers and frontline workers are supported at all times. This pandemic knows no class, gender, race, or social status. It is up to all of us collectively to play our part in preventing its further spread. No one is safe until we are all safe. But COVID-19 has also made sure we can no longer hide or ignore conditions under which our people live or work. A lot of our people live in fear of hunger, in poverty, unemployment, without adequate water, sanitation, shelter, technology, infrastructure, which has necessitated also government to work in a more integrated, agile, responsive, and faster manner. We also have had to employ technology for swift decision-making, as we are doing today in conducting this hybrid budget vote debate. Our response has also confirmed that local government is and should be the center of the government universe. We've accelerated the profiling of districts in the context of the district development model. And the national, provincial, and district level command council have enabled us to work faster across all spheres and levels of government, and we intend maintaining this. Already we have profiled all the districts, and the president has designated district champions from the executive. The profiles identify critical areas such as the demographics, the gender, household dynamics, income levels, employment, health status, vulnerabilities that may increase the risk of COVID infections in each district and NCOP. It also identifies a potential and opportunities for economic development. We intend to place a greater focus on creating jobs whilst building cohesive, sustainable, vibrant, connected, and climate smart communities. If I were just to use one pilot as an example, the OR district in the Eastern Cape, it had a GDP of 41.4 and ranked the third relative to other districts in the province. The community service was the largest, accounting for 14.5 billion, 38% of the total of the district economy. This also showed that it's one of the poorest districts, and the child and female-headed households probably the highest amongst the districts. It indicated that agriculture, oceans economy, and tourism are the biggest potential in this district. And we need to then work on those opportunities by ensuring that young people, women, others are skilled in agriculture, in tourism, in the oceans economy, so that they can participate when the economy is developed. Also, acknowledging that COPTA does not have all the skills that we need and the capacity. We have enlisted the support of the DBSA so that we may avail necessary shared skills and services at all districts. This is a critical building block towards the developing and implementing of one plan and one budget. This will allow us to adhere to the marching orders of the president that not merely return our economy to where it was before coronavirus, but to forge a new economy in a new global reality. Honorable members, we've had to reprioritize and repurpose our plans and our budget and factoring in COVID-19. Our readjusted budget maintains our previous financial year's 6 programs, but adds emphasis on the prioritization that will build the resilience of our economies. The budget includes an additional 20 billion, which includes 11 billion and the 9 billion in repurposed conditional grants. Deputy Minister Tau will elaborate further on these allocated and allocation targeted at municipalities. Our plans also seek to respond to high unemployment and the need for infrastructure, particularly in rural areas and some townships. Colleagues will remember that the President, honorable members will remember that the President announced a government-wide allocation of 19.6 million to strengthen our community mobilization response to COVID-19. We are pleased to announce that our department, we've recently been informed that we'll receive 544 million of that allocation. And we have to use those resources to address infrastructure needs by using labor-intensive construction and maintenance, and thus creating jobs. We have also accelerated the completion of boreholes through various partnerships. We have worked with the Department of Water and Sanitation, DBSA, Tirisano Construction Fund. In this regard, we have drilled, equipped, and refurbished 140 holes in water-stricken communities. Of those, 45 have already been handed over to the communities, and some of them are nearing completion and will be handed over to the communities. We've also distributed 60,000 hygiene packages comprising sanitizers, antiseptic soaps, which have been distributed through municipalities and traditional leaders in the provinces. Honorable members, we also have municipalities that are under 139, which the Deputy Minister will talk about. But I just also want to express that sometimes it is like a COGTA is responsible and for municipalities, and municipalities report to COGTA. But generally, the Constitution allows the provinces to be the ones that intervene in the municipalities. And it only allows the province to intervene in municipalities under very strict and specific conditions. And that's why it's always the provinces that intervene. And I'll just say that the Constitution allows the national to intervene when a provincial executive, I quote the Constitution, cannot or does not adequately exercise those powers of intervention. And all the time, the provinces do exercise those, and that's why they intervene and report to the NCOP about the interventions of 139. But I must say that the Constitution also allows national to intervene under 100 if there is a problem in a province, and that's why Northwest is under Section 100. I will not go into details about that because we need to come back to the NCOP and report fully about what's happening in the Northwest under 100. Honorable members, in order to respond, we've also, to the municipalities and the lack of water, we've also ramped up the support to the municipalities through MISA. And this has resulted in 133 out of the 219 receiving municipalities achieving the 40% MIG expenditure threshold as of end of December 2019. But of course, 86 of them did not achieve the 40% expenditure. But what we've done is to ask MISA to assist them and make sure that they can be able to use their MIG grants. This was partly interrupted by the lockdown, but MISA continues to assist these municipalities. Poor performance on MIG grant and infrastructure projects is mainly associated with the lack of proper project preparation in municipalities. And as a result, MISA and DBSA will be supporting municipalities with project preparation to enable MISA to undertake this work. We have strengthened the capacity through filling of critical technical positions, which include 36 civil engineers, 15 electrical engineers, 14 town planners, 8 chief engineers, 2 water and sanitation specialists, and 1 energy specialist who have been spread throughout the provinces. We have also deployed 115 young graduates recruited by MISA to the provinces. We have also ensured that 130 new apprentices who were in the MISA apprenticeship program are also taken to the municipalities. Without the necessary skills, we cannot hope to turn the fortunes of our municipalities. To this end, MISA, in partnership with the National School of Government and Local Government, SETA, is working on enhancing its capacity in terms of graduate recruitment program in support of the National Graduate Recruitment Scheme launched by the Minister of Public Administration in 2018. The recruitment program seeks to create a pool of technically qualified and work-ready individuals for municipal infrastructure planning, delivery, operation, and maintenance. Honorable members, last year we alluded to the work we were planning in refining the current funding formula through the equitable share. We addressed some of their accounting and revenue generation challenges. To this end, we have set up a task team with National Treasury with a view of addressing these and undertaking comprehensive review of the financial model for local government, which works program, to which we have allocated 4.175 billion. Unfortunately, third-party agreements had made the program lose sight of this overarching objective of making sure that these young people are trained and they can exit the program and go and work in communities or work as a small business. But we are going to be repurposing the community works program so that it can achieve what it was meant for. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, as I said, Deputy Minister will deal with other areas that I've not touched on. And we would like to thank this House for the support we have received thus far. We also wish to request that the NCOP approve the adjusted Vote 3 budget of 107 billion plus, and also approve the additional amount that a treasurer has given us, 544 million for community labor-intensive infrastructure work. We do believe that the budget will contribute to the development of cohesive, vibrant, sustainable, connected, and climate-smart communities. And before I conclude, let me thank the Select Committee that has worked closely with us and the Chairperson, Honorable Dodovu. Let me thank the department officials, the MISA officials, and the DG and the CEO of MISA, and all those that have worked with us on this budget and work with us right through the year. I thank you, Chair and honorable members.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The next speaker is going to be Honorable T. SC Dodov, the chairperson of the Select Committee.
Honorable Chairperson, let me start by profusely apologizing because I'm traveling between Klerksdorp and Rustenburg in the mountains and my video is very terrible. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable members of the NCOP, representatives of organized local government, ladies and gentlemen. This morning at around 3 a.m., when I was preparing my contribution to this budget debate, vote number 3 on cooperative governance, I was deeply struck by the message I received on the passing on of George C. Tiro, the head of the community works program of this department, which is one of the most important pillars of COCTA department. As we bow our heads and lower our revolutionary banners to bid George C. Tiro farewell and to pay our last respects, because he was one of the dedicated servants of the people, an outstanding administrator in the field of local government, a pedantic and skillful manager, and a dependable cadre of the movement. We know that he belonged to a company of disciplined, selfless, caring, and dedicated generation of rivercrats. As I was reminiscing the moment I spent with him in the trenches and his premature and unexpected departure as a result of COVID-19, I equally remembered that today is the birth date of my mother, who is turning 78 years old. Honorable Chairperson, I will therefore use this debate this afternoon to pay tribute to George C. Tiro for his immense contribution he made in bringing about freedom in our land, and to my mother too for my upbringing and shepherding me through very difficult moments of my life. Honorable Chairperson, in recognition of the task set out by the 54th National Conference of the ANC in 2017 and the ideals for which our movement was founded, and in recognizing the challenges we face today and the tasks that we must undertake, the National Executive Committee of the ANC declared 2020 as the year of unity, socio-economic renewal, and nation building. As the ANC, we welcome the 2020-2021 Special Adjustment Budget of COCTA as part of the efforts to consolidate, to advance, and to take forward the mood of Tumamina led by President Cyril Ramaphosa, and to mitigate the devastating effects brought about by COVID-19. This coronavirus continues to disrupt our daily activities. It is causing panic and it is creating chaos in the financial markets. It is wreaking havoc to the economies, and it exposes the competencies of governments, especially the already strained municipalities. Honorable Chairperson, on the 15th of March this year, the President declared a national state of disaster in South Africa in terms of the Disaster Management Act of 2000, following the declaration of the global COVID-19 pandemic by the World Health Organization. This government had to act swiftly and with speed to minimize the economic impact of the pandemic, and unfortunately this implied the redirection of resources to tackle this particular pandemic. Subsequently, Honorable Chairperson, on the 23rd of March, the President pronounced the lockdown, which became effective on the 27th of March. The outcome of this lockdown was that economic activity throughout the country was significantly disrupted and literally came to a halt. Major municipal services that generate revenue for municipalities were stopped. Consumers couldn't settle their municipal bills timelessly, and the revenue of municipalities declined significantly during this intervening period. Honorable Chairperson, this special adjustment budget presented by the Honorable Minister seeks to modify the 2020-2021 budget of the department to utilize current baseline allocations in order to provide for the rapidly changing economic conditions and enable spending on the COVID-19 responses. As members of Parliament, we are mindful of the devastating effects brought about by COVID-19 and will do our oversight work to ensure that the funds of the department are used to address these imbalances that have been seen uneven, especially in terms of access to basic services and other municipal services that are rendered by municipalities across the country, because that situation has been exacerbated by the advent of COVID-19. Honorable Chairperson, we have noted the Auditor General's 2018 and 2019 municipal audit outcomes in terms of the report that he released on Wednesday, the 1st of July, 2020. We would like to congratulate firstly the 20 municipalities that have achieved clean audits for this particular period. Of the 257 municipalities, 43% attained unqualified audit outcomes and managed over 60% of the overall budget allocated to local government as a sphere of government. And these municipalities have fairly represented their financial transactions and their performance. Regrettably, Honorable Chairperson, the audit findings highlight a lack of accountability and consequence management by municipal leadership. The picture can only change if municipal management and leadership are held accountable to ensure that we strengthen our resolve to extricate these municipalities and ensure that at the end of the day, they are accountable in terms of the monies that they are utilizing. Therefore, the Department of COGTA must respond to the municipal audit challenges comprehensively and strategically, Honorable Chairperson. The provincial and national governments must support municipalities to perform their legislative and executive obligations under the Constitution. The Constitution, Honorable Chairperson, provides a vision of a united, prosperous, non-racial, and non-sexist society, a country that belongs to all those who live in it, united in our diversity. And therefore, municipalities must be the instruments of the accomplishment of that particular vision as encapsulated in the Constitution. Honorable Chairperson, in terms of the National Development Plan, South Africa's own history and the experiences of other countries, that shows that the unity that must prevail within government and the necessary social cohesion that we must advance must happen in order to meet the social and economic objectives of our own society. This means that both the national government and the provincial sphere of government are competent or must be competent enough to develop and execute laws within their own areas to ensure that at the end of the day, we achieve our own objectives as such. In terms of the national disaster management, we need to ensure that the government prioritizes this particular area of work and that the executive is enabled through the allocation of the necessary resources to perform this particular mandate so that it must protect our society, especially at times such as this, which are occasioned by COVID-19. Honorable Chairperson, there are critical matters that require consideration in this regard, and therefore the department must review the disaster grants allocated to it in order to enhance efficiency and effectiveness of the grants, particularly during this time of pandemic. Some of the identified critical areas that we suggest must be paid attention include the following: the emergency procurement system of the department, disaster grants must not be subjected to normal budgeting and reporting processes. The lengthy administrative processes must be addressed so that the disaster funds must be released and be allocated to municipalities accordingly. Rollover conditions on disaster grants, regardless of the period in which funds were approved, must be attended to as a matter of urgency. Also, Honorable Chairperson, delays in the release of the post-disaster recovery funding must be expedited so that the municipalities must not suffer. At the end of the day, we as a committee, we have placed certain recommendations that we think the department must take into consideration. And those recommendations include the following: the department should table progress report on the remodeling of the community works program and the action plan to ensure value for money. That the department must table progress report on its COVID-19 response plan. That the department should fast track the process of tabling to Parliament the monitoring, support and intervention bill that must ensure that it intervenes quite decisively in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution. That the department should ensure, as part of monitoring, that consequence management is implemented and reported in the forensic investigations that are conducted in terms of Section 106 of the Municipal Systems Act. The department must attend to that particular area and expedite it accordingly. The department as well, Honorable Chairperson, must together with the Auditor General ensure the implementation of the Public Audit Act on wasteful and irregular expenditures in our municipalities. That the department should develop a program to ensure provision of resources and capacity building to the municipal public accounts committees in order to enable their members to perform their oversight function very effectively. And the department should table quarterly reports on the implementation of its 2020-2021 annual performance plan. Given the totality of this, Honorable Chairperson, we think that this particular adjustment budget of the department must be supported so that we ensure that at the end of the day, Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs works towards a responsive, accountable, effective and efficient developmental and local government system that we so desire in this country. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, we must admit that whilst the intervention period is very difficult, we must do everything within our power, that we work very hard, because we believe that we still have a long way to go in terms of mitigating all the effects occasioned by COVID-19. However, in the process, Honorable Chairperson, we must not despair as we have a sound policy framework to attend to these particular issues. On those bases, the ANC support this adjustment budget. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jodovu. Amalungu and Pigler azovuma kuba no siyavuma sonke kuba ligodwa lisemanzi lengane ungathi khuliswe kahle. So happy birthday to the mother. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to Honorable C. Fesser.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, fellow South Africans and all our members. Annual Performance Plan and 2020 Special Adjustment Budget presented to the Select Committee clearly indicates that much work lies ahead to realize this plan. With the COVID-19 pandemic looming over us like a thick cloud, the time for taking the well-being of municipalities seriously has never been more important than now. Communities have been severely hit by this virus, and this in turn dealt local economies a devastating blow. Subsequently, municipal revenue collection plummeted. Sadly, the relief funds paid out to municipalities joined all other funding in the so well-known big dark hole of fraud, corruption, and mismanagement. Even in times of a national disaster, the ANC cadres thrive to enrich themselves with funding meant to assist the most vulnerable. In the Northwest, the JB Marks local municipality spent more than 49 million on items such as personal protective equipment, water tanks, and stands. Some of the stands and some of the water tanks still empty to date. The Naledi local municipality spent more than 1,200 Rand per face mask. Seriously? OR Tambo District Municipality in the Eastern Cape spent 4.8 million on items such as door-to-door and education on COVID-19. These are but 3 examples of gross mismanagement.
I'll ask the table to assist and ensure that the member is audible. Please proceed, Honorable Member.
Can you hear me now, Chair?
There's been the breaking of your communication.
Can I close my camera? Will that assist?
No, that's all right. Please proceed. We'll try and see if the table can assist you.
Okay. Upon questions regarding the monitoring of these funds, the department responded that more preventative measures will be put in place to ensure that funding is optimally spent. It is unclear how the preventative measures will be implemented, and it also begs the question why preventative measures were not instituted in the first place. This would have saved millions of rands. The district development model that has been piloted in district municipalities such as the Waterberg and OR Tambo district municipality may not have yielded the desired results, especially considering the 4.8 million squandered by OR Tambo. The department was unable to provide enough evidence of the alleged success of this model. And before a detailed report is made available, the question whether this model is the answer to the woes of municipalities remains to be seen. We have to remember that in the 26 years, not one of the plans that COGTA had put on table, excellent plans, could be implemented. Not one of these municipalities complied with any of the objectives of these plans. If this district development model is indeed the solution to the poor performance by municipalities, and if the department does indeed have the capacity to successfully implement this model in all districts, it does raise concerns that further costs will have to be incurred to establish district hubs, to build capacity and assist with monitoring municipalities. Does the department have the capacity to successfully implement this model? This question remains unanswered. Honourable Chair, if we are to get into a state of panic over underperforming municipalities, we need not look further than the latest audit outcomes. Even interventions in terms of Section 139 could not improve the overall state of municipalities. In fact, all these municipalities further regress. More than that, the administrators appointed failed the system. The National Council of Provinces has a constitutional duty to ensure that municipal and provincial interventions are not abused for political purposes and that municipal councils are not simply dissolved as a reactive measure or to settle faction fightings. The purpose of municipal interventions in terms of the entire Section 139 of the Constitution is a platform for cooperative governance. It is literally in the name of the concerned national department. If municipalities are falling short of meeting their executive obligations and not adhering to responsible budgeting in terms of the Municipal Financial Management Act. This requires proactive responses from concerned provincial departments, not to just simply take over the municipalities, but to collaborate with the struggling administration guidance on how to solve their shortcomings. It is because of political abuse of this critical mechanism of the Constitution that municipalities and provincial governments are failing the people. Even the South African Local Government Association can still not point to any successful municipal intervention to date in 26 years. The NCOP is neither free of guilt in this regard. The speed at which this House processed the Tshwane Council dissolution earlier this year was a clear-cut political operation. No more than 2 weeks from dissolution by the MEC to the adoption by the NCOP amidst the declaration of a national disaster. Further suspicion is raised considering the NCOP has taken far longer to process interventions in ANC-led municipalities. Local government is right at the heart of South Africans. We owe it to the Constitution to ensure this sphere of government works. Chair, in conclusion, I would like to state in a nutshell, COGTA is in the biggest mess of all times. They cannot implement what they plan. Finish and clear. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Member. I'm informed that Honorable Mula is not well. We will therefore have to move on to Honorable S. Hlomuga. Honorable Hlomuga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP. We want to extend our greetings to the Minister, Tokotelo Mamon Nkosazana Dlamini, and the Deputy Ministers present here. And we also want to extend our greetings to honorable members of NCOP and MECs from different provinces present. Chairperson, it is really a privilege to be called upon to participate in today's visual debate in this August House. South African adjusted budget unveiled the last month by the Honorable Minister of Finance, Minister Mboweni, and subsequently cascaded to the provinces and put forward a path to restore the sustainability of the fiscus without compromising an important social programs. This is an ambitious goal given our difficult fiscal position and the immunity of the daily challenges we now face as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. But indeed, it is only a viable way forward. We've had to reprioritize our spending towards the fight against the pandemic while ensuring that our basic services remain intact, because we are the caring government that needs to ensure that we provide services to our people. The immediate consequence of South Africa's adjusted budget for us as KZN COGTA was proposed to cut 400 million and 53 rand from the original 2020-2021 budget allocation of 1,879 million. And this amount was further revised to 408 million and 164,000. When additional mainly operational savings we identify in our annual budget, that means, Honorable Chairperson, we also suffered from this COVID-19 pandemic. Chairperson, as part of to deal with the provincial treasurer, we have been requested to put some of our planned project for 2020-21 on hold, as the originally allocated funds for this project are now required to fight. We are now required to fight for COVID-19 pandemic, and even with the provincial reprioritization, there is still a shortfall in the Department of Education and the Department of Health, which by definition is the forefront of the fight against this pandemic, Honorable Chairperson. Budget cuts are never a pleasant exercise, but we accept the principle that it's always a reasonable decision behind them. The COVID-19 pandemic is a natural disaster that concerned us as it was declared by the Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini, our national minister, Honorable Chairperson. The pandemic was unforeseen and such as was not budgeted for, and which require that we sacrifice now made by all. When excluding a social sector department such as Department of Health, Education, Social Development, we at COGTA were the second biggest department in the province after Department of Transport, equitable shares allocation in KZN. Thus, our shares of the budget cut is relatively high compared to other departments. This has made our budget cut particularly painful. We are mindful of the fact that the country and our province find themselves having to make hard choice between providing health and education infrastructure on the one hand, our specific commitment as COGTA side on the other hand. We are aware that the national and provincial fiscal is currently not in the position to provide both at the required level. Honorable Chairperson, our national counterparty COGTA has been in the front line of all issues pertaining the declaration of the national disaster, and we, for our part of the provincial level, we've been supporting local government institutions in KZN in ensuring that all the lockdown and other COVID-19 related regulations are adhered to by the municipalities and the traditional institution. It is only fair, Honorable Chairperson, therefore, that we contribute financially to the national effort that has led to this initiative from the moment the first COVID-19 case was identified in South Africa. As per the directive by the Honorable President Ramaphosa, provincial government have been expected to provide 30 billion towards the 500 billion government package for COVID-19, and it was this directive that prompted the budget reprioritization exercise in KZN in the first place. As the cuts are being implemented, I would like to take this opportunity to assure the NCOP members, as well as other stakeholders and the general public, that as much as we have to sacrifice in terms of our prioritized program and initiatives, we have also sought to ensure that the adjustment budget will continue to cater for items that are essential to fight the COVID-19 pandemic and service delivery activities that help to elevate its impact on the communities. In terms of our own COVID-19 strategy, we continue to fund all the standard deep cleaning protocols that now, in the era of the new normal, and govern our own workplace as well as those of the municipality institution in KZN. We similarly continue to provide our own staff with the necessary items of PPEs and ensure that each workplace where COVID-19 cases have been identified are duly sanitized. Honorable Chairperson, at present, COVID-19 cases are also being reported by individuals in municipalities, affecting both municipal staff and service providers provided in the general public in those municipalities. As COGTA, we will continue to support municipalities under the temporary closure to ensure that the impact of such drastic measures on the service delivery is kept to a minimum. In terms of our infrastructure spending, which constitutes perhaps the most visible part of COGTA service delivery in communities, we have ensured that despite the adjustment budget, no cut would be considered on project on construction, on post-construction stage, as suspending those that could substantially cause implication. We have also ensured that the budget cut would only be implemented on project prior to construction. Even with the basic principle in place, we'll continue as we have until now to support the delivery of water to our communities through a borehole drilling and through the provision of static tanks, as the minister has already indicated of the project that the national department have done in KwaZulu-Natal, as KwaZulu-Natal in terms of drilling boreholes, and we are supporting the national department to also continue where the national department they've started the process of boreholes and providing the static tanks. We recognize that the access to water remains a non-negotiable, and besides that, water is a key weapon in the fight against COVID-19. We cannot ask our people to wash their hands and not provide water to enable them to comply with the regulations. Honorable Chairperson, I'm also pleased to confirm that the financial experts whom we have deployed to poor performing municipalities will continue to play their role in improvement of the municipal audit outcome despite the cut of our budget for municipal support. We see their contribution as crucial, and we believe that better performing municipalities will be able to fight COVID-19 pandemic and more effectively. A significant proportion to cut off our department budget in 2020-2021 will come from the savings and compensation of employees. In practice, this will mean that only those vacant posts that have
Less
been
than a minute left.
that will be filled. As I conclude, Honorable Chairperson, I wish to emphasize how important to view this adjustment budget not only as a necessary sacrifice, but an opportunity to do more and with less. The COVID-19 pandemic requires us individuals to exercise greater care of ourselves and those around us. And we want to say we must work together to fight a COVID-19 pandemic, and we support the budget from the national minister. Thank you very much.
Sabonga nobhala wombuso. Sabonga.
Honorable I.M. Sileku. Honorable Sileku.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, fellow South Africans, ndiyazibulisela ngale mva kwemini. Goeiemiddag, good afternoon. Chairperson, the focus of the adjustment budget is on the adverse manifestation of the COVID-19 pandemic and the mitigation of related threats. This is understandable, but what is not clear is whether this funding will reach its intended beneficiaries. Ingakumbi xa umuntu esiva amanyundululu enzeka e-OR Tambo. More important, however, is the checks and balances that will be put in place to ensure that the little funds Treasury has will not be wasted or disappear in deep pockets. Those who drafted the budget seemingly do not understand that the implosion of municipalities in South Africa and the loss of vital infrastructure and service delivery will add to the poverty and the plight of the poorest of the poor. To put it blunt, the adjustment budget does not acknowledge the enormous effects the pandemic will have on our people, and that it will be worsened by the most complete failed third-level government nationally. Mense wat nou vir hulle lewens teen die coronavirus en weens die COVID-19 pandemie en grendel staat, ook teen armoede en honger te veg, sal ook die slagoffers van snel verswakkende munisipale dienste word. Dit is gewoon nie die kapasiteit en kennis om op volhoubare basis elektrisiteit, gehalte water en vullisverwydering te lewer. Om water en riool te suiwer is landwyd onder geweldige druk. It is commendable that the 6 key programs of the operational plan include local government support and intervention management. Whether the 4 related indicators will be met remains a mystery, because the indicators provided by the Auditor General and Ratings Africa clearly shows insufficient expertise and skill in most municipalities and in COGTA. From the Auditor General's latest report, it seems those who must drive this intervention at municipal level are not capable and riddled with diabolic intention. This has been the Auditor General's narrative for almost a decade now, which COGTA was aware of and could not facilitate good local governance through political will or interventions. President Cyril Ramaphosa indicated that ministers and deputy ministers will be deployed to districts to drive the district development model program. Chairperson, ndiyabuthandabuza obubulumko bukamongameli. The president and Minister Dlamini Zuma will send cabinet ministers to resurrect failed municipalities ekubeni kwabona besilela kumacandelo ongamelwe ngabo. They are failing in their own departments. These saviors of municipalities do not understand what they must rescue, nor do they have the expertise or skills to do so. Instead of following this route, the COPTA minister should acknowledge that there is one exception to nationally failed local governance, and that is the province of the Western Cape collective government. Acknowledging this and obtaining support and expertise from the Western Cape government will be in the best interest of municipalities and the people they must serve. Those who the COPTA minister is trusting to save municipalities will not succeed to establish effective and efficient corporate governance systems, effective intergovernmental relations, integrated planning and service delivery, improved municipal financial viability, sustained good municipal governance, and improved disaster management systems. Voorzitter, die Wes-Kaap is die enigste provinsie wat oor effektiewe en volhoubare programme en die nodige kundigheid en politieke wil beskik om suksesvolle ruimtelike integrasie van residensiële gebiede, 'n etiese en volhoubare stad, ekonomiese transformasie en werkskeping en sosiale kohesie en veiligheid in gemeenskappe te verseker. Voorzitter, die minister kan soveel as wat sy wil, hoop om sinvolle en volhoubare plaaslike regering te skep, maar sy weet dat die regering waarvan sy 'n kernerdeel is en haar party is nie in staat om volhoubare munisipaliteite te skep nie. They contributed to the implosion of local authorities for almost 3 decades. Kuyabonakala lo hulumende ohlalayo akhonanye into eyakhayo athe wayifuna kule minyaka idlulileyo. Nor have they recruited capable politicians and officials that operate on high ethical levels. There is a logical truth for municipalities outside the boundaries of the Western Cape, and that is the various levels of governments in the province. There is only one party that governs effectively, and that is
Just
the
in a
DA.
minute
Chairperson,
left.
the question is, if the minister will put politics and pride aside and adopt a logical solution to use the Western Cape intergovernmental model and a democratic alliance to rebuild good governance in other provinces, the president will serve the country well if he keeps cabinet ministers out of district and local governments and rather opt to develop a task team of excellent officials and politicians in successful local governments. Such a task team could be deployed in Galomzuzu and will make a huge impact on improved local governance because they will have the skills and experience, and they will bring with them the tried and tested plans, programs, and systems. It is imperative that funding for municipalities as budgeted in the adjustment budget does not end up in the wrong hands and in the networks marked by corruption, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, like we know what happens when you are an oversight. Officials and councillors fighting about who has the signing rights in the banks. Thank you very much, Nkosi. Bayadanki.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is going to be the Deputy Minister, Honorable Mpho Parks Tau.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP, Minister Dlamini Zuma, Deputy Minister Bapela, honorable members and representatives to the House, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Council regarding the Special Adjustment Vote number 3, that of cooperative governance. We are presenting this readjusted budget as part of the expanded stimulus package and the proviso that municipalities are allowed to reprioritize grants in response to these difficult times. This budget is a balance between the need for business continuity, the importance of funding capital within a constrained fiscal and budget environment, and redirecting funds towards COVID-19. Our adjusted budget represents inevitable trade-offs, but our reaction has indeed been swift. We responded to the national COVID-19 strategy by modeling the economic impact on municipalities and coordinating a comprehensive municipal response. This was achieved together with MECs and critical local government stakeholders. The National Treasury, SALGA, other national departments, Telkom, the DPSA, Tirisano Trust, municipalities and various stakeholders who have worked to support municipalities and districts to identify critical economic infrastructure challenges, providing a comprehensive support package and strengthening local government responsiveness through the delivery of water tankers, sanitizers and boreholes. These initiatives assisted us to make informed and strategic adjustments to our budget. This was based on a sound determination of the requirements from local government. This budget was then framed by three broad tactical approaches. The first is through the reorientation of funding towards COVID-19, this to assist municipalities with their COVID-19 response packages and interventions. The second was through measures to fast-track coordinated implementation of various programs to support the district development model, implement the integrated urban development framework, which is our national urban policy, all this within the existing performance hurdles that we committed to before, or rather, the hurdles that we confront and we committed to before. And thirdly, through redirecting of funds in the Department of Cooperative Governance to respond to COVID-19 and improve disaster management nerve center, ICT enablers, workplace safety measures, and protection. Our commitments to this House 1 year ago do remain, Chairperson. However, we have refactored our plans to accommodate COVID-19, which amongst others is focused on the 6 programs that we announced last year. Honorable members, as part of the recovery and stimulus package, the President announced a 20 billion rand allocation to local government. In this regard, an additional 2.4 billion has been budgeted and reprioritized, consisting of the following allocations. 11 billion rands has been allocated as an addition to the local government equitable share. The remaining 9.4 billion is obtained through the repurposing of the existing division of revenue grants, which are already allocated to municipalities. And this is broken down as follows. The municipal infrastructure grant, 4.4 billion has been allocated. The integrated urban development grant, 190 million has been allocated. The urban settlements development grant, 2.2 billion. Public transport network grant, 1 billion. The regional bulk infrastructure grant, 401 million. And the regional bulk infrastructure grant, this is a repetition, has been allocated in excess of 400 million. Our budget adjustment reflects on the urgent need to respond to COVID-19 while building municipal resilience. It calls on all levels of the South African government, civil society and business to work together to strengthen relations between society and government and to design a recovery program that mitigates the impact of a deteriorating environment. Honorable members, it is important to also state that we have also made commitments through the Community Works program to respond to COVID-19. This, amongst others, includes 1.4 billion that has been reprioritized towards programs in the Community Works program, and the other commitments that I've made reference to earlier, including the provision that was made before the end of the municipal financial year, that these municipalities could reprioritize their municipal infrastructure grants and repurpose this towards COVID-19. In addition to that, provision was made that they could also be able to roll over under certain circumstances, budgets allocated to them. Honorable members, the district development model brings all spheres of government into cooperative action. This to deal with the challenges and problems we face in local government. The role of the NCOP is far-reaching as it exercises oversight with all three spheres of government over intergovernmental relations processes. The implementation of the district development model has been developed with an implementation plan that is currently being rolled out. And we've also worked on an implementation plan of the integrated urban development framework as is reflected in our annual performance plan. Furthermore, in response to the current challenges, we've worked on an economic recovery plan for local government to ensure focused attention to growing local economies to respond to the current challenges that we confront as a country and society. Let me also indicate that an additional 20 million has been shifted to provide for key projects in ICT and communication, and thus enable seamless interface and interaction with provinces and municipalities throughout the country. A further 22 million has been allocated or reallocated and redirected in the disaster management function to ensure an effective response through the disaster management nerve center. There is indeed a need for enhanced multi-level governance to build municipal resilience. COVID-19 has highlighted the critical need to enhance intergovernmental relations, moving towards a coordinated regional model for emergency and crisis management and beyond the crisis. Deepen intergovernmental planning, resourcing, and implementation. Strengthening compacts between all government spheres through the district development model as we improve regional planning and governance. We remain ahead of the curve globally in our approach, including our approach to intergovernmental relations and coordination. As role players in this House, we have a collective responsibility to respond to the challenges of all of local government in the country. This including the 44 municipalities that are currently under administration. This is an increase of 4 from last year and indicates a worrying trend. The governance challenges in this regard include poorly capacitated COPTA departments in provinces, and we continue to urge our counterparts in the provinces to allocate resources to our colleagues in the respective COPTA departments to deal with the challenges that we confront in local government. However, we continue to acknowledge joint responsibility for restoring good leadership in local government. A report by the Public Affairs Research Institution or Research Institute PARI was commissioned by National Treasury to look at Section 139 interventions, how these have been done and what the challenges are. This report, titled Mind the Gap, gives a clear synopsis of and a set of recommendations to enhance our 139 interventions. We have internalized this report and should be working with the National Council of Provinces to ensure that we improve the way in which Section 139 is implemented and that we achieve the requisite results. This warrants a first-class package of new legislation, policies, and interventions that should be instituted by both government and parliament to ensure that we improve the performance of local government throughout the country.
Time is up, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is going to be Honorable B. Makamu from Limpopo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, Deputy Minister for Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, members and the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, permanent delegates, special delegates, fellow MECs who are participating in this debate today, representative of SALGA, good afternoon. Honorable Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity to participate in the debate on the adjustment budget of corporate governance and traditional affairs. The mandate of the corporate governance and traditional affairs are what make our democracy unique and appealing to the world, and the reason we have to nurture and grow it for prosperity. I extend my heartfelt condolences to the Mandela and Hlungwane families on the passing away of their beloved one, Zinzi Mandela. May his soul rest in peace. Today's debate on adjustment budget on corporate governance and traditional affairs takes place when we are under the iron grip of the novel coronavirus, for which we have no immediate or lasting answer. Prevention is the only cure for the moment. In the medium term, we have to build the capacity of our health system to keep up the looming peak of infections. Already the capacity of our health system is stretched to the limit. The strain on our systems tells that we can never be sufficiently capacitated for the rise in the coronavirus infection that lie ahead of us. The adjustment budget for corporate governance and traditional affairs will go a long way in ensuring that the twin mandates continue to carry it out even in the difficult times that the world finds itself. The allocation will go into the improvement of corporate governance across the 3 spheres of government in partnership with provinces, municipalities, civil society, communities to enable accelerated service delivery. For the mandate of the corporate governance to find concrete expression and have visible impact on the lives of people, corporate governance must develop and monitor the implementation of national policy and legislation aimed at transforming and strengthening key institutions and mechanisms of governance in the national, provincial, and local government to fulfill their development role. This mandate will be implemented under the circumstances in which public priorities are proposed in the 2020 budget have been reordered in response to coronavirus pandemic. Government has prioritized saving lives in the face of rising infection and mortalities. In his 21st April pronouncement on further economic and social measures in response to COVID-19, President Cyril Ramaphosa said that additional funding of 20 billion will be made available to municipalities so that we can provide emergency water supply, increase sanitation of public transport and facilities, and provide food and shelters for the homeless. And that support to the municipality includes the increase in the local government equitable share to assist municipalities to maintain existing services despite the temporary decline in the revenue under the current COVID-19 circumstances. The increase in the local government equitable share will, among others, cater for the provision of temporary shelters during the lockdown. There is also a provision of free basic services as a result of people losing income during the pandemic. As provided for by Section 139 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, provinces will from time to time intervene to support municipalities in distress to ensure sustainable service delivery to the people. The Limpopo Provincial Executive has invoked its intervention in Mukalakwena local municipality. I'm glad to report the significant progress that has been recorded and service delivery has improved. Municipalities still need to function efficiently and effectively during the pandemic in municipalities as the coalface of service delivery need to be more effective and efficient now under the national state of disaster in the normal time. In the light of the pandemic that has been disrupted lives, disaster management need to be in the best to deal with the eventuality that may come on our way in the days ahead. As the country enters the storm of increased infection, the eyes of the nation will be on the disaster management capabilities. We must be forearmed for the turbulence that lies. The corporate governance that are considering today must see the country through in most trying times since the dawn of the freedom of our democracy. The twin mandate of corporate governance is the traditional affairs. The institution of traditional leaders is crucial for the future and sustenance of our freedom and democracy. As such, the institution needs much support as government can offer to heal from the ravages of apartheid colonialism. The other mandate of the Department of COGDA is to coordinate traditional affairs across the government through development of appropriate policies. The reorganization of the budget has understandably so affected a number of programs in Limpopo in the form of building, refurbishment of traditional councils, inauguration of newly appointed traditional leadership, including the Khosikulu Tulare III of Vapedi Kingdom. In conclusion, the Minister of Treasury, Tito Mboweni, during the debate on revenue amendment in the National Assembly yesterday, shared a profound piece of African wisdom with the country in relation to the circumstances we face and the minimal resources at our disposal. He said in Kaspedi, but I will refer it in my own language. This loosely translated means siblings in difficult times will share the head of a locust for a meal. We fully appreciate the circumstances we find ourselves in the country and ready and willing to play our roles. Chairperson, as Limpopo, we support the adjustment budget for corporate governance and traditional affairs. Kanimambo, thank you, Nakez. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson.
Ken, thank you very much. Honorable F. Detroit.
Kanimambo. Minister, Kichwerwe Hutlala, Kibakla Dijo, Minalambile, I'm hungry. Can you hear the sounds of the hunger pains echoing over South Africa? On the 4th of March, Minister Dlamini Zuma declared a national state of disaster as a result of the persisting drought throughout South Africa. Farmers didn't receive financial assistance. Food security and the well-being of all South Africans was supposed to be a priority, but the disaster funds were used to kickstart the COVID-19 election campaign. The minister mentioned what the importance of agriculture is when she opened this debate. Why then, Minister, didn't farmers receive the necessary drought support? Referring to the direct and conditional grants, agriculture, land reform and rural development was adjusted downward by 438 million rand. Comprehensive agricultural support programs received 317 million rand less. And the agricultural sector is in dire need of financial support, Chair. Famine is knocking on South Africa's door. Moet nie die boerdery gemeenskap as vanselfsprekend aanvaar nie. Ons het hul bydrae nodig en die regering moet ophou om hulle soos die spreekwoordelike stiefkind te behandel. Chair, definitions from the Macmillan Dictionary: failure, a mistake, especially of something that was expected to be good. A fiasco, a complete and embarrassing failure. A malfunction, a failure to work or operate correctly. All of the above describes the Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs. The purpose of this department is to improve corporate governance across the 3 spheres of government in partnership with institutions of traditional leadership to ensure that provinces and municipalities carry out their service delivery and development functions effectively. This department failed to fulfill their sole mandate. Voorsitter, as jy vir 'n kind gif gee om te drink, kan jy nie verwag dat die kind gesond gaan bly nie. Maar voorsitter, dis presies wat hierdie departement van plaaslike regering tans toelaat om te gebeur. Die feit dat munisipaliteite reg oor die rand vervalle infrastruktuur het, met Rouriool wat in riviere en ondergrondse waterbronne inloop, spesifiek Ottosdal en Ketlingrivier. Dit gebeur sonder dat daar daadwerklike poging aangewend word om hierdie infrastruktuur in stand te bring en op standaard te hou. Dit is as gevolg van korrupsie en die afwesigheid van kontrole wat aan die orde van die dag is. I refer, honorable members, Minister, fellow South Africans, to the latest Auditor General's findings. Out of 257, only 20 had unqualified audit outcomes with no findings. The audit outcomes for 46 municipalities regressed, and 28 municipalities had outstanding audits. Here's a glimpse of the stark reality of municipal finances after having a brief look at the 229 completed audits. 34% of municipalities ended the year in a deficit. 31% of municipalities are in a vulnerable financial position. According to the National Treasury, several municipalities saw revenue drop by 40 to 60% in April 2020. How will municipalities survive? Voorsitter, Suid-Afrika is op die oomblik genoop om miljarde rande te leen nadat hierdie regering en meer spesifiek die departement van Kogta toegelaat het dat korrupsie, wanbestuur en op blote weiering om kaders tot verantwoording te roep die land miljarde rande gekos het. Die regering poog om gedurende hierdie sogenaamde Grendeltydperk als wat hulle die afgelope 26 jaar nie in plek kon kry nie, nou reg te kry en dit teen 'n hoë koste. Die probleem, voorsitter, is dat baie van die geld wat nou spandeer word, slegs op tydelike projekte spandeer word. Tydelike behuising, tydelike klaskamers, tydelike waterpunte wat met vragmotors gevul moet word waar daar reeds sprake van korrupsie is. Vir baie lyk dit net na 'n duur kampanje so kort voor 'n munisipale verkiesing en dit met ons belastinggeld. The irony is that in spite of the fact that 229 municipalities had irregular expenditure to the tune of 21.46 billion rand in the 2018-2019 financial year and 16.63 billion in the 2017-2018 year, the same MECs, same mayors, same municipal managers and CFOs are the ones that are entrusted with billions of rands received in this amended DORA allocation. The scary part is that these funds will be spent without standard supply chain management procedure that restricted spending somewhat. Voorsitter, die Vryheidsfront Plus kan nie hierdie aangepaste begroting ondersteun nie.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is going to be Honorable ST Ngangisa. Honorable Ngangisa from the Free State.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair, Honorable Chair, Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, Honorable members of the NCOP, colleagues, and all members. I must pay tribute to Gordon Kihakilwe, my former colleague, and Zinzi Mandela. They represent true revolutionaries and tested cadres of our movement. We note and acknowledge the adjustment appropriation bill as presented by the Honorable Minister. We acknowledge that the budget is presented at the backdrop of fiscal, revenue, and expenditure crisis facing the entire nation, and indeed the entire universe. The reality is that we are in an economic crisis, and this current crisis can only be understood by looking at the root cause in a holistic way. Due to the above-mentioned challenges, government is cajoled into focusing on small programs and projects, whilst the solution to our economic problems lies in bold measures of transformation, not in marginal programs and projects. The challenges we are currently facing are exacerbated by COVID-19 pandemic. Honorable Chairperson, this budget vote debate takes place in the midst of an unprecedented crisis in the history of mankind. Never in history have we faced a common enemy that threatens to wipe out humanity like we do today. Ever since what became known as the Spanish flu, the influenza pandemic of the 1918, humanity has never been at the threshold of extinction as a result of unseen enemy like this pandemic. These are uncharted waters we are sailing in. There is no manual or baseline that we can follow to deal with this challenge. We need all hands on deck to fight this pandemic. We need each other and every one of us to act responsibly in our private and public environments. We need a new patriot to understand that this is a war and the enemy is invisible. The real impact of the pandemic will take time to surface, but we can already see that the most vulnerable in our society are hit the hardest by this crisis. The COVID-19 crisis is also exacerbating structural inequalities in our society and widening the gap between the haves and the have-nots. The poor in our society are sinking more and more into poverty. More than ever before, this crisis presents an opportunity for us to redefine the course of history and strive for attainment of the three fundamental pillars of our government, namely, 1, building a strong and inclusive economy, 2, enhancing the capabilities of South Africans, and 3, building a strong and ethical and developmental state. We must ensure that even during this time of crisis, we consolidate our effort to fight the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Local government around the country and throughout the world are the core of COVID-19 crisis due to their proximity to the masses of our people. Our municipalities are working around the clock to ensure delivery of basic services to our communities. It is clear in my mind that local government will be critical over the coming weeks, months, and unforeseeable future. Since the confirmation of the first case of COVID-19 in the country in the early March 2020, municipalities, due to their proximity to communities, have played a central role in the overall governance response to combat the spread of the disease. Chairperson, as the Department of COGTA, we are at the lead in terms of the disaster management in the country. The responsibility has added more challenge and strains on our departments to lead from the front during these critical times. This has posed both an opportunity to carry the fight with pride, but has also imposed challenges to try and navigate through the pandemic with the limited resources at our disposal. As if that was not enough, all these are taking place at the backdrop of a recently released MFMA audit outcomes reported by the Auditor General of South Africa. It is needless to say that the above-mentioned report paints a disturbingly negative picture of the state of our finances and capacity of the people we have in local government to manage our finances in an important sphere of government. In our response as Free State to the AGSS report, we responded by saying that the situation can still be turned around. That is not all doom and gloom. We are still on the strongest view of that. What is required is political will and strong interface between our administrative and political arm in that important sphere. We believe that all leaders in local government should have a collegial relationship in ensuring that strong oversight and accountability than the usual political party position we take at the expense of service delivery. Furthermore, given all the challenges, including those outlined above, we are encouraged that our government across all spheres is still learning and is maturing day in by day out. We cannot think of any gathering today that takes place without lamenting to anything called COVID-19, which has exposed limitation of integrated programs and planning and monitoring of our government. The district development model comes in handy in response to challenges that we have alluded above. The triple challenges of unemployment, inequality, and poverty affect all spheres of our arms of government equally. It is therefore heartbreaking to see some SOEs like ESCOM taking local government to courts on non-payment of bills before engaging into AGR activities. We take a strict government approach to the fight against corruption, and that means creating structures and putting systems in place to deal with corruption. A strict governance approach means that we should not wait for offenses to be committed and then come later to argue for harsh sentences on the perpetrators. It enables us to detect weaknesses and wrongdoing in advance so that we can come up with corrective measures way in advance. I know that all of us will agree that this is a noble idea. We should not leave our houses and go elsewhere clean without cleaning our houses. Chairperson, in conclusion, I can state without fear of self-contradiction that the minister has done a sterling job in keeping the hopes of the country in this, the hopes of our people in this country high up. The minister has kept the torch burning in the times of despair and absolute pandemic. During this time, the departments, through the leadership of the minister, has demonstrated that during abnormal situation, we need to resort to abnormal solution. The pandemic has also shown that we need to take unpopular decisions in the interest of collective survival. Some of the decisions that were taken by the National Command Center and were communicated by the minister might have sounded unpopular, but they were necessary inconvenience for national survival. During this time, a lot of court challenges were taken against the minister and our government, and all have fallen on the sideline. This is a demonstration of a thought of solution that are not product of political expedience. Chairperson, the department and in the province, we have a responsibility to lead towards realization of a noble call in the Freedom Charter: the people shall govern. Through the municipalities, we are pushing the battle to create services and good conditions for our people to conduct their businesses and lives on a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous South Africa. We support the Honorable Minister's budget and hope that our highlight of the proposal for intervention in the budget will be taken into account during the deliberations and the next cycle of budget. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. The next speaker is Honorable S. Zandamela. Honorable Zandamela.
Thank you, Chairperson. We have noted the government serious
You're not audible, Zandamela. If you can just speak closer to the mic. We'll ask the table there to intervene and assist Zandamela.
And now audible, Chair?
Yes, better.
Much better. Now,
Yes.
Chairperson, we have EFF has loaded the government previous intervention in the global fight against COVID-19. We fully supported the measures put in place to curb the spread of the virus and setting the pace. It was therefore with great dismay that we watched as the president took in the power, ultimately resigning South Africans to various fate. The solicitation of white monopoly. While we welcome the upward adjustment to the budget of the department to cater for the added responsibility given to the department as a result of COVID-19.
I'll ask the table there to please assist. And Honorable Zandamela to keep on fighting and ensure that he's a bit more audible.
Am I now audible, Chair?
A bit.
Try to put a video of Zandamela.
There's an echo, big echo.
It's a crack in the line.
So I've switched off the video now. Am I audible, Chair?
Okay, let's try that. Please proceed.
In terms of the Disaster Management Act, the minister is the ultimate authority for regulating what must or must not happen. But we have allowed the agenda to be captured by people by the commencement of the national lockdown in March 2020. The president publicly declared that government response to COVID-19 will be guided by science. But what has since transpired has been anything but an indication of the government making decisions that are based on science and epidemiological data. Instead, South Africans find themselves led by the indecisive government that has chosen to sacrifice people's lives at the altar of political convenience.
Chairperson, I can't hear the speaker, so I won't be able to respond to what he's saying.
Can you hear me, Chairperson? Am I audible?
Something that is crackling, that is Oh, that makes us not hear properly.
Chairperson, the EFF has been very clear on its rejection to the so-called gradual easing of the lockdown regulation amid sharp rise in infections and deaths. We believe that this decision was not taken with any consideration, with any scientific evidence to this effect, but was this private white monopoly. The World Health Organization attested to the scientific fact that South Africa is not ready to end lockdown. However, this department was quick to make amendments to regulations that were created with the express purpose of minimizing the effect of the coronavirus on the health and lives of people. By amending the lockdown regulations to make provision for the reopening of cinemas, schools, theaters, restaurants, churches, casinos, and saloons, the government has recklessly launched South Africans headfirst into the heart of the storm. Despite our warning not to open up the liquor industry, the government took an ill-advised decision to come to the demand of reopen and sale of liquor that resulted that which has been resulted that it's been a catastrophic one, where an already heavily burdened healthcare system became strained once again by the increase of alcohol-related trauma patients, diverting much-needed time, resources, and hospital beds away from the fight against COVID-19. With no enforced payment holiday from the financial sector and the effective implementation of the COVID-19 relief plan, South Africans have been left vulnerable to economic hardship that made it easy for capitalists to advocate for the opening up of the economy, disguised as a measure meant to benefit the poor black workers. We are not blind to realize that white monopoly capital has never been concerned with the well-being, health, and safety of black workers. To the opening up of the economy only serves to benefit the pocket of the capital, while black workers risk their lives commuting to and from work and working under perilous conditions every day. The decision, Chairperson, to reopen schools, faith-based institutions, casinos, cinemas, restaurants, and personal care services also ill-timed and ill-advised. When South Africa is facing infection rate of epic proportions, having exceeded the 300,000 mark, with over 4,000 deaths and over 10,000 new cases reported daily. The proposed increased municipal support grant will do nothing to save us when most have already collapsed under the pressure to safeguard the safety of lives of South Africans during this pandemic. Corruption has continued unabated, and funds that were channeled towards this fight already redirected towards personal banking accounts. The EFF has stated time and again its absolute rejection to the premature, reckless, and senseless easing of lockdown. We have reiterated the government's duty is to uphold the most fundamental right in South Africa's constitutional democracy, the right to life. You have failed to listen to us in the past when we have advised that decisions are not taken on science basis, only to come back to your senses once the damage has been done. You have failed to take responsibility to your poor decision making, and many South Africans have already paid their lives. Chairperson, we can only hope, however, that it is not too late to pick up the fight once again and return the country to more stringent lockdown levels for the sake of the preservation of South African lives. Return to science-based logic in your decision making. Do not succumb even further to profit-driven white monopoly. Let's be honest, Chairperson, with yourselves about the political and the minister, the political convenience and opportunity of your decisions and weigh in risk and benefit ratio. The EFF rejects the budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zanda Mela. We'll now move on to Honorable B. Vass from the Northern Cape. Honorable Vass.
Yes, Honorable Vass.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and thank you for the opportunity. Let me acknowledge the Chair, Honorable Masondo, as well as the Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Lucas, permanent delegates to the NCOP, the Minister and Deputy Ministers, special delegate from different provinces. Ladies and gentlemen, Chairperson, we are facing a stubborn and invisible onslaught towards mankind. A pandemic that on a daily basis continues to infect thousands and contributes towards mortalities. It is in this context that we are greatly honored to present to the National Council of Provinces our intervention during COVID 2019 and the reprioritization of activities within the current baseline for 2021 financial year. The COVID pandemic sweeping through South Africa and the rest of the world brings into stark relief the devastation of the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Local government, the coalface of service delivery, has been severely affected by the destructive radiations of this pandemic. Contradictions in municipalities had to cease operations of all projects immediately, instead of being given an opportunity to finalize them within tight time frames, especially those implementing permanent provision of water and sanitation. The department provided water tanks, sanitizers, and temporary sanitation in Nkandla informal settlement in Pokwani, which at the time was identified as the epicenter. Lorato Park, Solplaatje was serviced with standpipes. Both interventions were channeled to improve the hygiene and convenient access to water and sanitation in settlements. In Lorato Park, Solplaatje municipality, 58 standpipes were erected at 200 meter radius. In Nkandla informal settlements, which Pokwani water tanks were delivered and operational, inclusive of sanitizers per household. A total of 436 excavations, 282 bottoms and 117 top structures towards VIP sanitation were constructed. In the Kaima area, Witbank contractor has been appointed to facilitate completion of towards 14 households. An additional 76 households have been accessed to sanitation in the same municipality. Chairperson, the reality is that COVID-19 in its infancy stages present a dynamic and interests which all spheres of government were caught off guard. The local sphere of governance was no exception, as it was not prepared for the lockdown, as regulations were published post-lockdown. Regulations on trading permit and grant funding directives were only published during the lockdown period. Municipal services delivery call centers were closed and the public was left with a vacuum. The department did not embark on new programs, but rather focus on programs that were already in the pipeline. This made it easier to engage the local authority on intervention and projects already in the IDP. Chairperson, municipalities have positively responded with the provision of water in communities through JoJo tanks and water trucks. The nature of the service is not long-term, but could delay the provision of permanent services in some of our communities. The water trucking is expensive for us to sustain, since they have been procured by water affairs and sanitation for a temporary basis, and municipalities will be unable to fund such projects. Honorable Chairperson, the total departmental budget for 2021 amounts to 719 million, which indicates a decrease of 139 million as compared to 2019-20. The department is mainly funded from conditional grant, which takes 47% of the total budget, while equitable share represents 53% of our budget. The reductions are effected against both the equitable share and the conditional grant allocations of the department. The department budgeted for its current baseline an amount of 18 million for response to COVID in the province. The department also spent 580,000 for the procurement of sanitizers and disinfectors for officials to ensure compliance in line with the regulations. In the presentation that is highlighted on the screen, you will clearly see the budget changes per program on slide. This bleak picture is indicating impediments that the department will encounter in executing its mandate. We have an overall budget cut of just over 41 million. Lastly, Honorable Chairperson, there are a number of challenges that we are facing during COVID-19, which affects our baseline allocation. The reality of this pandemic are dire and affects government efforts to optimal service delivery. To start off with the target of top structures is affected and might not be achieved. Backlog on title deeds will also be affected during this financial year, due to the reduced allocation. The payments to service providers within 30 days created serious challenges due to unavailability of financial systems, such as BAS and LOGOS. Our municipal council and all the structures have been prohibited to hold meetings except for the implementation of measures to combat the coronavirus. The department will only be in a position to reprioritize as per the new budgeted allocation upon announcement by the Ministry of Finance during our budget vote speech. As the Northern Cape Honorable Chairperson wants to understand the begroting van die minister. I thank you.
No, thank you very much. The next speaker is Honorable S.E. Mfaela. Honorable Mfaela.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Nyambos, and honorable ministers, and also honorable members. In the fight against COVID-19, the role of the local government in providing essential services to our communities, including the urgent provision of water and sanitation, cannot be more emphasized. The role of local government was also a key point in the Minister of Finance supplementary budget speech. The supplementary budget speech allocated 11 billion to municipalities from the equitable share, and the minister emphasized that local government is at the heart of the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, honorable members, how can we trust our municipalities with this enormous financial responsibility? On considering the Department of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs 2020 Special Adjustment Budget, on its revised annual performance plan, the IFP supported the adjustment, but remains highly concerned about the oversight of local government in the COVID-19 response. Our municipalities have failed miserable in financial governance and accountability, and there is a legal confidence in their leading in these unprecedented times. The Auditor General, in his latest municipal audit report, held that audit outcomes for 2018-2019 period painted an undesirable picture of billions of rand allocated to municipalities being managed in the way that are contrary to the prescribed and recognized accounting discipline. In KwaZulu-Natal alone, Chairperson, a province with serious socio-economic challenges, municipalities incurred 6.5 billion in irregular expenditure over this period, of which the eThekwini alone incurred 2.35 billion. The Auditor General, in no uncertain terms, emphasized that these municipalities still struggle with the basic financial and performance management. They failed to implement and monitor plans and rely on consultant and huge expense. Only one of 54 municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal receive a clean audit for this period. However, honorable members, we simply cannot tolerate this any longer. We all know and are witness of this serious economic factors. The stakes are too high. We need to enforce accountability and enforce strong leadership in local government. The Department of Corporate Governance and International Affairs cannot be an ugly witness
Less than a minute left.
To the ransacking of public funds. The public needs to know exactly how this allocation will be monitored. Now, more than ever, urgent intervention is required to ensure the municipalities are adhering their constitutional duties. But the IFP, on top of everything, we support the adjustment. Thank you.
I'll now hand over the chairing to Honorable Lucas.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As we continue with the debate, we will be giving to Councillor Stoffile, the Salga representative. Honorable Stoffile.
Thank you very much, Chair. And then I will request to switch off my video
Yes.
with your permission.
Your permission granted.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me greet the chair of the NCOP, the deputy chair, the minister of cooperative governance and traditional affairs, deputy ministers present, MECs from various provinces of our country, members of the NCOP, greetings from the SALGA Leadership Collective, and we wish to thank and express our appreciation to participate in this debate. Let me start our debate, Chair, by looking back and pay homage to the provincial deputy chairperson of SALGA in the Eastern Cape, and Councillor Mtsi, but also a speaker well for the better, and so building a global movement for this we do as we prepare to celebrate Nelson Mandela International Day on the 8th of July in honor of our former president. This year will, however, be different as communities across the world are affected by the spread of the invisible enemy, COVID-19. More than ever before, it is though an opportune moment to take action inspired, change, and make a real difference. And if you look into that, as SALGA, we have no reasons not to support the budget presented by the minister because it seeks to contribute in paying change and make difference in our community. Chairperson and honorable ministers, whereas the COVID-19 storm continues to range, on the silver lining in the dark cloud has been the positive intergovernmental relations fostered across the 3 spheres of government over the past few months. We have indeed proven to ourselves that it is possible to function as a coherent government for the people in the Republic. And that is why we support the DGM, for instance, the deployment of ministers in districts and the MECs, deputy ministers, to shorten the cycle of interaction and resolving the challenges that municipalities and communities in large are facing at daily basis. And as an association, we appreciate that. The Department of Cooperative Governance is an integral part and plays a critical role to ensuring that we indeed have a coherence across the 3 spheres of government to ultimately ensure that both provinces and municipalities carries out their respective service delivery and developmental functions effectively. This role has become more pronounced over the past few months, and we would like to congratulate the department and the minister and the ministry for leading and navigating us through very difficult and uncharted waters. This is indeed the more pronounced role that we would like to see the department led by the minister play in advancing the spirit of cooperative governance and fostering intergovernmental relations. Chairperson, as stated by many honorable members that addressed this august house this afternoon, this sitting is a direct consequence of the impact of the COVID-19, whereas this pandemic has had a profound effect on public health, an unprecedented impact on the economy, and exposed existing social issues, including inequalities. Its real impact is more pronounced in vulnerable communities. It is within this context that the role of the local government as the sphere of government closest to the communities has become critical in curbing the spread of COVID-19, particularly as municipalities continue to dull essential services such as water, electricity, waste removal, and cleansing, among others. Municipal financial and human resources are stretched to their limit, and the institutionalized crisis management practice has taken its toll. Whereas the additional obligation placed on municipalities have come with some financial support, the pandemic continues to place a huge financial burden on municipalities, many of whom are already experiencing liquidity challenges. In light of these financial constraints, there has indeed a sign of relief when President Ramaphosa, in his national address on the 21st April 2020, stated that 20 billion rand will be allocated as part of broader social package and intervention in responding to COVID-19. This intervention is highly welcomed, and we also note that 11 billion rand is appearing in the COCTA Special Adjustment Budget. Honorable Chairperson, Minister and members, whereas SALCA is encouraged by municipalities that are adhering to the range of directives issued and the explanatory conduct of many councillors and municipal officials who go beyond the call of duty in service of communities. We have unfortunately also noted that in instances where there is a lack of government, it has undermined our community's resilience and places local government under the spotlight. In light hereof, we therefore recommend that the department, in partnership with SALCA.
Honorable Zita, can you mute, please? Continue, Councillor, sorry. You may continue, please.
Chairperson, I think as SALCA, we wish to say, as we conclude, we rise to welcome the department's special adjustment budget and trust that in the spirit of cooperative governance, we would work together to support municipalities and mitigate against the impact of COVID-19, as we all hear early in the afternoon were given about how many people died, affected, and so on. All those numbers, you'll find them in the local government space. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stofile. We will be now going to Honorable Nana.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, honorable members, bemi boMzantsi Afrika, ndiyazibulisela. Today I've had the pleasure of speaking in this debate at the very tail end of proceedings, attentively listening to colleagues performing an autopsy on a dead animal called local government,
fraud, corruption, nepotism, deployment of unqualified cadres, lack of service delivery, bloated workforce, and financial mismanagement are causes of death. Yet the death certificates reads natural causes. Izinto azimatwa mphathiswa kwisebe lomasipala, izinto azintakanqika. However, honorable members, every dark cloud has a silver lining. If you can cast your eyes across the valley of the Gamtus River in the Eastern Cape, a less spoken about local DA government is showing all its peers how it should be done. The DA assumed office in Kouga municipality in 2016, inheriting an institution on the brink of collapse with all the symptoms in the carcass of the animal local government. From 2008 to 2016, a total of 32 million rands in fruitless expenditure was incurred by Kouga. This is an average of 4 million rands per annum. The bulk of this amount was as a result of interest that had to be paid to creditors due to the late payments by the municipality. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, before I continue, I would like to acknowledge the Executive Mayor of Kouga Municipality, Councillor Horatio Hendricks, the Speaker, Councillor Hatting Bonman, and the entire mayoral committee. They are watching these proceedings from Jeffreys Bay. Mayor and your team, you're most welcome. Honorable members, under the watch of the DA-led council, fruitless and wasteful expenditure has decreased significantly year on year. The AG has, for the past 3 financial years, given Kouga a clean bill of health, something our opponents can only wish for whilst they're trying to bring life to a dead animal called local government. For the first time in its existence, earlier this year, Kouga municipality adopted their very first billion rand budget, which included 927 million rands on operational expenditure and 192 million allocated for capital budget. The previous administration spent a miserly 25 million rands on capital projects during their last 2 years in government. And by contrast, for the past 3 financial years, the DA Council spent 100 million. This money, ladies and gentlemen, did not come from national or provincial governments. It came from municipal coffers. It was internally funded. We were bequeathed with a road maintenance backlog worth more than 500 million, with potholes scattered everywhere. They must have learned something from the city of potholes in Makana municipality, because in both instances, they were using a new state-of-the-art technology that is of filling potholes with sand. Over the past 2 financial years, we have properly filled 24,000 potholes in Kouga municipality. Under the ANC, road maintenance was allocated a mega budget of about 3 million per annum. And by comparison, the DA-led council has spent 25 million on roads during the 2019-2020 financial year. This translates to 12 kilometers of roads resurfaced in Jeffreys Bay, Humansdorp, and St. Francis, and 2-kilometer gravel road that has been tarred in Humansdorp. In December 2019, I was privileged to attend an official opening of South Africa's first ever eco-friendly road made of plastic waste in Jeffreys Bay. DA leader, Mr. John Steenhuisen, and the Eastern Cape leader of the DA, Nababanga, officiated during the ceremony. The last RDP housing project of the previous political leadership was in 2007. But in just 3 years since we took office, we have delivered 391 completed houses in Kreisfontein, in Humansdorp, costing 43.5 million. 27.4 million was spent in 220 top structures built as we speak in Pelstras in Jeffreys Bay. And 1,500 internal services are being installed in Ocean View, Jeffreys Bay at a whopping cost of 46.9 million. We are awaiting the Department of Human Settlements to appoint a contractor to install internal services and build a further 990 houses in Hanki, still in Kocha municipality. As part of our response to COVID-19 pandemic, with the help of...
Maybe your time is expired.
Yo, that's you at your best. That's you at your
Your
best.
time have expired. Honorable Rita, you can...
State of municipality speech, you want to help?
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Ndibulise kubaphathiswa abakhoyo ngokwezitulo zabo. Phambi koba ndiqale intetho yam ndifuna nje ucacisa le nto. I-African National Congress kuqala kwayo ukuthatha urhulumente. Ezinye yezinto eyazenzayo kukumisela imithetho leyo eqinisekisa ukuba nabani na ofumaniseke enetyala lokwenza into engekho mthethweni kwarhulumente ufanele ukuba atshutshiswe. Akaphelela apho sihlalo wabeka ne-institutions zokuqinisekisa into yoba abantu abenze oko kukho indawo apho abathi baripotwe khona sihlalo. Yiyo ke le nto ndisithi ke sihlalo, xa sithi sibone abo bangobophuli bemithetho ababa imali karhulumente, masingabhekabheki, masisebenzise le mithetho siyokuba ripota kwiindawo ezifanelekileyo, kuba kaloku akekho umntu ofuna ukuba iimali ezijongene neempula zikalujaca zityiwe ngendlela engekho mthethweni. Masingabulelani apha sisilwa, kodwa kukho ii-institutions ezikhoyo, kukho imithetho ekhoyo esinokuyisebenzisa ukulwa urhwaphilizo kurhulumente. The local government is where a community's social, economic infrastructure and environmental needs arise during time of disaster, where support is sought in times of disaster and where disaster management plans are tested. The Disaster Management Act of 2002 provides for an integrated and coordinated disaster management policy that focuses on preventing or reducing the risk of disaster, mitigating the severity of disaster emergencies, preparations, rapid and effective response to disaster and post-disaster recovery. The establishment of national and provincial municipal disaster management centers. The above stated provisions come with a huge financial strain in a department responsible for declaring the state of disaster. In the recent past and to date, South Africa have witnessed a number of disasters, including, but not limited to, floods, droughts, and COVID-19 pandemic. The ANC encourage all municipalities to work with national departments to embark on a research on changing climate conditions and possible risks to their adaptation and sustainability. Intergovernmental relations seeks to ensure that municipalities work with national and provincial government in the implementation of climate change mitigations and adaptation measures. At the same time, strengthening municipal plans that are aimed at reducing the negative impact of changing environmental conditions and taking advantage of new opportunities that may be presented. Establish and develop municipal capacity to manage disasters, risk that may be presented by changing climate. Municipalities should invest on introducing innovative technologies and energy sources that are free of harmful emission, such as hydrogen fuel cells, solar power and wind energy, and also undertaking youth initiatives as part of municipal efforts to adapt to encourage climate conditions. The role of communities in municipalities effects to adapt and remain sustainable and under changing environment conditions should be clearly defined. In the end, disaster relief must create employment in the nearby or affected communities. In the case of COVID-19 unemployment, youth should be employed to assist in fumigating of classrooms and sanitizing of learners in the schools. In the recent past, Department of Corporate Government has declared 2 states of disasters. One, on the drought at Half-Rainet in Eastern Cape, the COVID-19 pandemic as number 2. The country has witnessed events warranting declaration of state of disaster throughout the country, particularly in 2019. All these events need a budget that allows the Department of Corporate Government as responsible to act swiftly and prevent human lives and the environment. Early in 2020, residents in Half-Rainet in Eastern Cape, a home of 240,000 people, were told their taps are dry in 2019. Some residents get water for a limited period per day. The municipality received 30 million from the National Treasury for drought relief. This covers boreholes drilling as well as equipping and installation of pipelines. Currently, 28 boreholes are operating. Water tanks are serving the worst affected areas. According to the report, children walk long distances with bucket of water on their heads. They have their homes in they leave their homes in the morning without water and find their school in the same desperate situation. They have to find water themselves. That is why the budget was allocated to the municipality. Elsewhere in the country, the Northern Cape drought is one of the worst droughts the province has experienced in more than a century. Almost 10,000 farms with carrying capacity of 166,000 large stock units covering more than 5.5 million hectares have experienced prolonged drought. January 2020 saw the Northern Cape finally declaring a disaster area with 300 million set aside by the government for emergency relief. COVID-19 has necessitated the creation of disaster fund. In recent weeks, the South African government has implemented various interim measures to curb the immediate and long-term effects of COVID-19 pandemic on businesses and individuals. All these attempts were undertaken in order to curb the spread of the disease whilst preventing livelihoods. The impact of COVID-19 will still be around for some time, and we will have negative impacts on the economy and subsequently job creation, as many companies are already laying off their employees. A number of stakeholders have come forward pledging their support for innovation to support research in response to COVID-19 pandemic and will redirect a further 30 million towards intervention to combat the pandemic. We can only hope that in the end, human will triumph over the pandemic, but this will be determined by our attitude towards COVID-19. Chairperson, I therefore support budget vote number 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nita. You have left a bit of time, and we will now request the Honorable Minister, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, to conclude the debate on COPTA.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and thanks to all the members of the NCOP who have participated in this debate, and also the MECs from the provinces. First, we also say happy birthday to the chairperson's mother. You are lucky to have your mother. Please look after her during this time and beyond. And we heard what the chairperson said. We will endeavor to do our best in doing those things. Then coming to Mr. Fischer, Honorable Fischer. Honorable Fischer, it is indeed very bad what happened at OR with that invoice of 3.8. But it is incorrect to say it was paid because you know it wasn't paid. And it's not going to be paid. So I just want to clarify because the impression is given that that money was paid. It wasn't, and it's not going to be paid. I also said right from the onset in my speech that as a department, we do not have enough capacity at the moment to deal with the district development, all aspects of the district development model. And that is why we are working with DBSA so that they can augment our capacity. Now, the DA, another member of the DA says that the president shouldn't send the champions to the districts. But he also says we must learn from DA municipalities or districts. The president is sending champions to all districts, and we are going to learn lessons from every district, including DA if we have to learn from that. So you must welcome the champions in your district coming to the districts of the DA. And it also says that the municipalities of the DA are doing better in audits, which is true. We will acknowledge that because it's very important that government money is spent where it should be spent prudently. But it is also to deliver services to those who need them most. So we acknowledge that. But I want to say to the DA, in addition to having good audit outcomes, you must also treat your citizens equally. We must treat people with dignity, and we must observe their human rights. What we have seen during COVID, at the height of the lockdown, level 5, when everybody was supposed to stay at home and not move around, the DA was evicting people at that point. The second thing, we have just seen people being evicted and a naked man being dragged. I think, yes, we must make sure that we improve our audit outcomes, but the DA must to treat people with dignity and to observe their rights. So that's what I would say to the DA about the audits, which I acknowledge, but observe human rights. But also, the money should be spent where they are most needed. I want to just quote from the Africa Criminal Justice Reform researcher, who says that looking into policing areas in the Western Cape, most resources, the most resourced is the area of Table Bay Harbor. And they were looking at police in terms of per 100,000 population. And Table Bay Harbor has got 2,636 police per 100,000. They compare it with Harare, which is the least resourced, and it's only got 111 per 100,000. So yes, you may be using those resources, but where are you using them? Where they are needed most, they are not there. So I just wanted to also remind them to make sure that indeed we should spend those resources where they are needed most. And then Honorable Dutoit of the Freedom Front Plus says, Silambile, sicela ukudla. In 2018-2019, 3.2 billion rands was given for the drought to all the different municipalities that were experiencing the drought. Some of them didn't even spend all the money. And so we can't say that there was no money given. Then in 2019-2020, agriculture did reprioritize their budget, and it was sent to the provinces that needed it. And the National Disaster Fund has augmented those resources by sending a further 138 million rands to the different provinces that had drought. Eastern Cape has just been given 35 million, KZN 4.
We'll give you 2 more minutes, Minister. We'll give you 2 more minutes just to conclude.
Okay. And Northern Cape 35, Northwest 8, Western Cape 25. So I just wanted to say money has been given. And to the EFF, I just want to say quickly, it's not one minister who must manage this disaster, state of national disaster. According to the Disaster Management Act, Section 26, it says that the national executive is primarily responsible for the coordination and management of the national disasters, irrespective of whether a national state of disaster has been declared in terms of Section 27. So I think we must understand that it's the entire cabinet that is responsible for this, not just one minister. I also want to say I agree with Honorable Mfaela about water and others, but the honorable member of the ANC, Honorable Ncita, does say the money was given to the municipality, not to COGTA. So I think in as much as we are responsible for corporate governance, it must not seem like we have to go there and do things when the money has been given to the local government, the local sphere, because the Constitution separates all the 3 spheres. So we can't interfere, but we can support and assist. So I just want to make that clear that it looks like we still sometimes think that this is a Department of Local Government, or Department of Cooperative Governance. We have to support the municipalities and the provinces, make sure that there is integration in the 3 spheres and across spheres of government. So I just want to stress that, and thanks to Salga, we work together, and we should work together to assist. I'm not sure whether I still have more time. If not, I will then say thank you very much. And I thank the Deputy Minister also of COPTA for not only the support, but for the debate. And thanks to all of you for the support that we have got so far and that we still expect from the NCOP. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We did allow you a few more minutes because there was time that we have saved, but unfortunately we cannot give you more. But thank you very much to everyone that participated in the debate on Votery. Indeed.
Thank you, Minister.
Indeed, we are on top of the pandemic, and we want to thank all of you that made contributions to this debate. Whilst we are continuing with our, and we want to thank all of you that made contributions to this. Can we mute, please? Whilst we continue with the debate, we will proceed to the second order of the day. And the second order of the day will be the policy debate on public works and infrastructure. And we will now call on the Honorable Patricia de Lille, the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, to open the debate. Over to you, Honorable Sispet.
Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable members, and thank you for the opportunity. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, just before I begin, I would like to extend my deepest sympathy to the Mandela family and friends and colleagues of Zinzi Mandela, and also all of those families that have lost loved ones to COVID-19. I want to wish the family strength and comfort during this difficult time. Honorable Chairperson, we find ourselves in the midst of trying times in our democracy, with the global COVID-19 pandemic gripping the world and indeed putting our country in a more difficult economic position. We have a delicate balancing act to respond to the virus, saving livelihoods, saving lives, while also putting concerted effort into rebuilding our economy. I believe that in every crisis, there's an opportunity, an even greater impetus to respond to the needs of our people and fulfill our mandates with even greater motivation. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has a critical role to play in the economic recovery of our country, and we have been working very hard in the last few months to forge a new path with a special focus on infrastructure development in line with the new infrastructure mandate, which was added to the department in the 6th administration. In the State of the Nation address, President Cyril Ramaphosa on the 20th of June 2019 reflected the reality of our people and set out the broad framework to respond to the challenges confronting the nation, and articulated 7 key priorities that was aligned to the National Development Plan and the medium-term strategic framework. And just to remind us, they are economic transformation and job creation, education and skills and health, consolidating the social wage through reliable and quality basic services, spatial integration, human settlements and local government, social cohesion and safe communities, a capable, ethical and developmental state, and a better Africa and world. These 7 priorities have given the reconfigured DPWI the opportunity to refocus toward the achievement of its existing and new infrastructure mandate in the implementation of quality public services for the public good. Given effect to these priorities, the DPWI strategic plan for 2020 to 2025 is premised on key outcomes in the context of our historical and new statutory and policy mandates. In developing the DPWI strategic plan for 2020 to 2025, it was considered essential to ensure that the outcomes of the department and its public entities were all aligned to one or more of the national 7 key priorities. This is to allow a focus on implementation and targeted infrastructure service delivery that addresses the ever-increasing needs and backlogs across our country. The Infrastructure Development Act of 2014 includes, amongst others, the implementation, facilitation, and coordination of public infrastructure development, which is of significant national importance, as well as promoting the development goals of the state through infrastructure development investment. This exciting added role allows DPWI, alongside the Infrastructure Investment Office in the Presidency, to structure the country's infrastructure delivery plan. And the goal is to position DPWI to be a resilient, ethical, and a capable department where everyone wants to work with improved efficiencies and enable effective service delivery. Another key outcome for DPWI is our task in planning and leading the program for the refurbishment of city precincts in terms of spatial transformation, with Salvokop and the first precinct. We are also leading the New City Initiative. DPWI has further begun refocusing its capital program from the current financial year to focus on incorporating the district delivery model into all its planning and implementing processes. When it comes to maintenance, the budget of DPWI is being reorientated as from the current financial year to realize scheduled and unscheduled maintenance plan so as to achieve the commitments of our strategic plan. I would now like Honourable Deputy Chairperson to share some of the key aspects of South Africa's infrastructure plan, which was approved by on the 27th of May 2020, which forms part of the country's growth and recovery plan. One of the most critical needs for our country, as highlighted by industry stakeholders, is the need for a credible project pipeline of infrastructure projects that are ready and bankable for investment and implementation. DPWI, together with the Infrastructure Investment Office in the Presidency, embarked on a process and developed a new methodology of planning and project preparation, which has now become known as the Sustainable Infrastructure Development System, the SITS methodology. Our focus as government has to be on infrastructure investment, which will facilitate the effect of the private sector. If government invests in sustainable life cycle of its infrastructure, it will create the conditions conducive for the private sector also to create jobs. The new methodology aims to ensure that infrastructure development is not merely undertaken in a transactional manner, which is where we have fallen short for so many years. The SITS methodology relates to the identification, consideration, evaluation, approval, and implementation of sustainable infrastructure to ensure that we produce bankable projects. The methodology further complements and reinforces the requirements for infrastructure development in South Africa, as envisaged in the Infrastructure Development Act. The Act itself is a lever we have at our disposal to achieve our infrastructure development goals and focus on prioritized infrastructure implementation that is of economic significance and social importance. Infrastructure is the flywheel of our economic growth and recovery that will lead to major job creation and address the essential infrastructure needs of communities in both rural and urban areas. As we refocus our delivery, we need to ensure that the 7 key priorities of the country are realized, specifically focuses on how projects and programs address spatial inclusivity and transformation. This plan is implementation driven and has an immediate, medium, and long-term action plan. The 6 sectors that we have identified as the basis for the infrastructure plan is water and sanitation, energy, transport, digital, agriculture, and agro-processing, and also human settlements. When we now speak of infrastructure, it is across the entire life cycle. We're no longer talking about new construction, but also about maintenance and upgrading of existing infrastructure. Innovative construction methods, technologies, and management systems are also being explored, especially in relation to climate change and the green economy. We also need to overlay our infrastructure plans with the impact of climate change so that we can contribute to the lowering of carbon emissions in our country. We are also exploring the introduction of infrastructure green bonds. And other important considerations for projects is the maximization of commercial returns and ensuring that the project is both bankable and green. Each of the projects in the plan has to realize decent employment opportunities, labor-intensive, and focus on skills development, training and education, especially for historically disadvantaged persons and communities, women and youth, and people with disabilities. Economic equality and social cohesion were also important evaluation criteria within the SITS methodology, along with local industrialization, small businesses, and cooperative development and regional economic integration. Infrastructure projects were submitted by the 3 spheres of government, by the state-owned entities and implementing agencies, and were then evaluated in terms of the 6 criteria that I mentioned above, as well as the financial viability in order to determine their readiness for implementation. So far, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, 276 projects were submitted that are in various, while 95 projects are in the post-feasibility stage and in the 6 sectors, and they are spread across the country. Just to give you an idea, there are now 95 SITs, of which 9 in the Eastern Cape, 5 in the Free State, 16 in Gauteng, 24 in KwaZulu-Natal, 9 in Limpopo, 10 in Mpumalanga, 9 in the Northern Cape, 3 in the Northwest, 6 in the Western Cape. And there are also 4 of them that will have a national footprint that will be implemented in all provinces. Further, as far as the 14 special projects are concerned that we have designed, 11 of the 14 are to be implemented in all the 9 provinces over the next few financial years. And some of the special projects that will be implemented in specific provinces are what we call the Velisiswe Bridge Project, will initially focus on implementation in 3 provinces with the highest risk, the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and also the Free State. The special rural roads upgrade project focus on implementation in 5 provinces. We will start with Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Northwest. There's also been an extensive engagement with various stakeholders on the infrastructure plan, including the provinces, local government through SALGA, the municipal infrastructure support agent, state-owned entities, NETLAC, DPWI entities, implementing agencies, big business, community-based contractors, and also the construction industry, amongst others. Now, next, these projects will be gazetted in terms of the Infrastructure Development Act in the coming weeks, and will see government creating an enabling environment to help revive and rebuild the many sectors, especially the construction sector, which is being hard hit during this difficult economic times. We will embark on a process of social facilitation that is an inclusive engagement and project development approach that has 4 critical pillars, namely a full inclusivity where the community is involved throughout the project life cycle, co-creation where the community co-creates the project implementation and the plan, and then also project ownership where the community co-owns the project. We have for so long spoken about partnership between government and the private sector. This plan has brought this into reality. So the next step, which we have already embarked on, is the development of a 25-year national infrastructure plan. This infrastructure plan will be focused on implementation, and it will also be demand-driven. And the national infrastructure plan will then be aligned also to the national spatial development framework. So far, government has committed 100 billion rand for seed funding through the infrastructure fund, which includes new funding, guarantees, and a repacking of existing projects with 10 billion funding in the 2021 medium-term expenditure framework. We've also signed a memorandum of understanding with the infrastructure fund, because the infrastructure fund will include co-financing of blended finance infrastructure projects and programs. And this also includes financing from the private sector, the international finance institutions, as part of the broader budgeting reforms that the government is undertaking to address problems in the infrastructure value chain. The reconfiguration of DPWI is finally gaining momentum with the approval for the first phase of the infrastructure investment plan. The department will also benefit a lot from the zero-based budget approach that will further streamline our expenditure. Honorable Chair, Deputy Chairperson, we are in the process also of establishing Infrastructure South Africa, ISA. That will be a single entry point for all infrastructure, where there will be a comprehensive infrastructure project pipeline that is first assessed by the SITS methodology, where the focus will be on implementation that's needs-driven. So under the ISA umbrella, we will also incorporate the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission, Technical Task Team, and also the Infrastructure Delivery Mechanism System that is currently with National Treasury. The plan I have just outlined gives us and the built environment industries hope that we will overcome and come out of the severe economic recession and the COVID-19 storm stronger than ever before. We need only the will to implement and work with the private sector partners, because government cannot do it alone. Honorable Chairperson, I will now turn to the adjustment budget. On the 19th of July, we briefed both the NCOP Select Committee and the Parliamentary Committee on the special adjustment budget for the 2020-21 financial year. So DPWI received a budget allocation of 8.7 billion rand for 2021. And an estimated 7 billion of the total budget is allocated to transfers and subsidies for the operation of DPW's entities and conditional grants to provinces and municipalities for the implementation of the EPWP program. 4 billion of the transfers budget is allocated to PMTE for the execution of the departmental infrastructure and property-related programs. Also, as part of the adjustment estimates, an amount of 1.6 billion was reprioritized within the department's baseline, which is under transfers and subsidies, mainly relate to the following programs. The EPWP non-state sector program, 771 million. The reprioritized budget will be used to recruit participants for COVID-19 and also gender-based violence activities. Also under the reprioritized budget, an allocation of 829 million to be utilized for the implementation of infrastructure projects, acquisition of personal protective equipment, deep cleaning of departmental buildings and our courts. And this allocation will further be used to support the Department of Health in the procurement and provision of quarantine and isolation facilities. Any other adjustments will be implemented during the normal adjustment estimates of national expenditure process, and the process will include other economic classifications. The DPWI has been working hard since the lockdown started on 27 March 2020 to identify enough quarantine facilities in all provinces and the 44 districts and 8 metros.
You conclude.
Thank you. Yes, in conclusion, Chairperson, I was going to just highlight some of the successes in land reform, where we've been fast-tracking land restitution, land redistribution, and also to speed up the pace of land reform. In October 2019, Cabinet approved the release of 14,105 hectares. And as part of this, various land parcels were released for human settlements in Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, Northwest, Northern Cape, and Western Cape. And then also in the 2019-20 financial year, DPW also approved the disposal of 169 land parcels for restitution cases in the Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, Western Cape, Limpopo in the Northwest. That's Honorable Deputy Chairperson, in response to gender-based violence, DPWI is also finalizing the allocation of 12 properties for shelters for the victims of gender-based violence in Pretoria, in Gauteng, and in the Western Cape. So one of our key concerns in our department and in government in general is fraud and corruption. It's one of the greatest obstacles to economic and social development, as it steals from the poor, as it damaging policies and programs that aim at service delivery and changing people's livelihoods for the better. So the department has an approved fraud and prevention strategy that outlines the implementation of fraud prevention. And we've also introduced contract and consequence management. And lastly, Chairperson, just on our contribution to Operation Pakisa with the oceans economy through our small harbors and coastal properties development program. To date, the department has spent over 500 million. And also the department has resumed planning for the development of small harbors for the 2021 financial year, and hope to spend 9 million rand for the development of spatial and economic development in Port Nolloth in the Northern Cape, Port St. John's in the Eastern Cape, and Port Edward in KwaZulu-Natal. Anchored by approved funding of 1.6 billion and a further 6 million from the budget facility for large strategic infrastructure and general budget support over the MTEF. In conclusion, Chairperson, as we navigate our way through these trying times, we must be mindful now more than ever before, the great responsibility that rests on all of us. The Deputy Minister and myself are determined to see DPWI succeed in its mandate, and that we all internalize the Batupilu principles, putting people first. And I wish to thank the Deputy Minister for her support and leadership. We are determined that DPWI and Infrastructure South Africa will drive implementation harder, because it is infrastructure projects that will rebuild our communities, our economy, and create jobs. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Moimang, you will continue the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Let me pay due recognition to all the leadership of the institution that are present here today, led by the National Chair and yourselves, and also my colleagues and the special delegates. Allow me, Honorable Chair, to start by conveying our condolences also to the Mandela family on the loss of their daughter. We are saying that their loss is also our loss. But more than that, Chair, given the fact that this is Mandela Month, allow me to also acknowledge the sterling work that President Mandela has done. And the best recognition was made by Professor Alan Hirsch, who is the Professor and Director of the Graduate School of Development Policy and Practice at UCT. He says, I quote, President Mandela represents in a particular way what the ANC stood for in the past, what the ANC continues to represent today, and what we must strive to live and bequeath to the generation to come after us. Honorable Chair, it is only fair, unquote, that one start by acknowledging the fact that indeed it is a common cause. It is a common cause that COVID-19 pandemic has added economic hardship globally and locally. Now more than ever, the vast majority of people require economic reconstruction, growth, and development of the economy. And indeed, amidst this battle of the novel coronavirus crisis and the attempt to contain the outspread, our country continues to be confronted by a significant challenge of increasing rates of unemployment that reached 30% prior to COVID-19 emergence. Indeed, Honorable Deputy Chair, this means that a considerable number of people had lost their jobs, and this has been exacerbated by the pandemic and the subsequent lockdown. However, throughout the first 3 months of the year, the economy had also shed 350,000 jobs, taking the total number of up to 700 million jobless people in the country. This problem indeed was compounded by the consequences of COVID-19. What is critical, Honorable Chair, is to appreciate the fact that this pandemic indeed find more prevalence in our rural communities and our township. And therefore, the only logical conclusion that we can come to is that this is a manifestation of a path dependency socioeconomic outcome, which is predictable along the cleavages of race, class, gender, and spatial location, which makes the pandemic to have a much more devastating impact on our historically disadvantaged communities. And indeed, this is a sad state of the nation that every form of budget intervention and readjustment must address. Indeed, Honorable Chair, like Lenin in his seminal work has said, what is to be done? Honorable Chair, central to the policy of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is the creation of employment through labor-intensive projects. The aim of this policy is to ensure that communities are not faced with a cycle of decades of poverty, but rather are enabled to be part of the social and economic transformation of their lives, for the better through programs of skilling at various levels and not only through formal education. In responding to what is to be done, Honorable Deputy Chair, the May 1992 Edison Policy document, Ready to Govern, conceptualized the skilling of all people as part of the overall of the country and necessary for the transformation of society. In this regard, it continues to further state training will be linked to economic policy and form an integral part of the restructuring of the economy. Clearly, the Ready to Govern document, Honorable Deputy Chair, creates program for the skilling and employment of people from historically disadvantaged communities and backgrounds, and in ensuring that poverty, inequality, and unemployment is actively reversed. Honorable Chair, there will have to be a vigorous skills upgrading program, especially for the most disadvantaged sectors of our society. In upgrading, this will be to ensure that there is a fundamental integrated restructuring of the economy and employment creation program. Indeed, Honorable Chair, in the engagement that we had with the department, infrastructure, as the minister has indicated, in cooperation with other departments, conducts a number of critical programs to ensure poverty alleviation, employment, and skilling as part of the implementation of the ANC human resource and policy. Honorable Deputy Chair, it is important to also note that the ANC, in its 2020 Economic Reconstruction and Transformation Plan, highlights the necessity and importance of developing an inclusive economy. Critical to building of an inclusive economy is the creation of opportunities for economic development of communities trapped by poverty and unemployment. Honorable Chair, it is important that we also note that in response to this condition, public works program and specifically expanded public works program are designed to ensure that those who are historically disadvantaged and cannot be employed in the manufacturing and mining, agricultural, technological, or service sector of the economy are able to obtain employment to ensure that indeed they must, at a simultaneous level, be skilled. It should be borne in mind that public works programs is geared towards ensuring that the poorest households in the country in both urban and rural areas are attended to. These programs provide the only form of income for this household. The expanded public works program was designed to provide income relief for unemployed people in both urban and rural areas. Government spends a large amount of revenue on infrastructure development through the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, as indicated by the Minister. It's imperative that this budget is utilized to drive better and investment in people rather than only investing in things. The purpose of the EPWP creates work opportunities in 4 sectors, namely infrastructure, non-state projects, environment, and social and cultural sector. On the budget, Deputy Chair, the current budget for the expanded public works program must be appreciated in addition to other employment creation programs. The increase in the budget for expanded public works program underscores the ANC's determination to ensure greater employment creation and skills development in different spheres, including labor-intensive sphere. It is important, Deputy Chair, that we create employment as a means of addressing the harsh realities of unemployment and at the same time stimulate the demand side of the economy. Stimulating the growth in demand side of the economy is one of the key drivers for economic growth. Therefore, Deputy Chair, it is part of the economic growth and development whilst achieving transformation of this at the same time. It is a means of improving quality of life of ordinary South Africans by creating a better life for all. The ANC has pledged itself toward the creation of a better life for all, as Professor Hesh has said, and this is an important means of achieving this very strategic aim of the ANC government. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, the work opportunities provided by the Extended Public Works Program gives unemployed people skills and the ability to find further employment. It provides an income on the basis of work to families and communities which are otherwise faced with poverty. And this must be emphasized through the Expanded Public Works Program. There are many infrastructure programs which can utilize the Expanded Public Works Program, and we must be creative in the implementation of the program to ensure that it is able to successfully draw unemployed people and skills these people in the various phases requiring labor-intensive work for completion of the infrastructure project. Imperative that the mandate which created the Expanded Public Works Program, Deputy Chair, of more jobs, better jobs, and decent employment is consistently applied and achieved. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moimang. The next speaker will be the Honorable Timothy Brotherset from the Democratic Alliance. Over to you, Honorable Tim.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, fellow members, fellow South Africans. The reports on the adjusted budget for the Department of Public Works and presented to the Select Committee on the 14th of July 2020 concluded that the committee had noted and welcomed the work of the department. The Democratic Alliance made it very clear very quickly that they did not share that sentiment. Simply put, there is little to welcome in the workings of this department. The Minister has advised us that she's working very hard with the Deputy Minister to make sure that people come first. The problem with the Minister is that whenever something goes wrong in her department, she makes somebody else stands in front of her when the blame is to be taken. We certainly do not welcome the flounderings of a minister who blames everyone but herself for the woes of the public works ineptitude. When this minister was asked why land had not been allocated for human settlements in Cape Town, she turned around and blamed the Queen of England. When this minister was questioned on the state of police stations in KZN, she relied on and then blamed her staff for the fibs she passed on to this council. When the minister was questioned on the special cost of non-existent border fencing, she was quick to throw her Director General under the bus and blame the Department of Defence for failing to maintain her washing line at Beitbridge. There is also very little to welcome regarding the treatment received by South Africans repatriated to their homeland. The Minister's Department is responsible for the identification and making ready of quarantine facilities to receive and care for those repatriates from all walks of life. When they were kept on runways for hours on end in freezing weather, the Minister, predictably, blamed officials for booking the wrong facilities. And when they got to their facilities, establishments like the Zitabaseni Resort in Mpumalanga and the Coastlands Apartments in KwaZulu-Natal were presented to them. South Africans, desperate to get home, were treated and greeted by filthy, unhygienic conditions, replete with dead pigeons, cockroaches, and broken infrastructure. Similar facilities were presented to them in the Northern Cape and in the Northwest. It was only the pressure of the DA that was brought to bear that forced the hand of the minister to provide decent facilities. No wonder the High Courts ruled that the South Africans returning to their country should be allowed to self-isolate to escape the neglect of the minister's department. The only welcoming aspect of these quarantine debacles were the grateful bank accounts of the ruling party benefactors who had promised much, but, as usual with cozy patronage deals, had delivered little. And then again, when the DA sent the minister a written question demanding answers, which to date remain unanswered, the minister blamed her officials for taking their time to give her the information she needs. Certainly, very, very little to be welcomed there. The next news was the closing of the RDT, except that no one, besides the minister, knew about it. Then she decided to tell the media. And then finally, she deigned to inform Parliament. And then, of course, she blamed former Minister Nkesi for dropping the ball and running the IDT into the ground. Not much to be welcomed. Another gaping hole in the budget revolves around the establishment of the entity entitled Infrastructure South Africa. The minister has referred to it in her presentation, but she certainly has put nothing in the adjusted budget report. The Minister of Finance, Mboweni, announced in his budget speech that this entity would be allocated 330 billion rand to accelerate infrastructure development. This entity will be housed under the DPWI. And yet, despite this massive expenditure announcement, there is not one word in the document we received of the adjusted budget. No comment, no plan, no idea. Perhaps the minister is keeping her distance so that she can blame someone else when the inevitable disaster takes place. The cherry on this cake of melting chocolate is the notion of the glorious revolutionary prestige projects for the VIP comrades of the country. Prompting nightmare flashbacks to the Nkandla fire pool, the Select Committee was informed that during the economic misery created by the inept management of the National Coronavirus Command Council response to COVID-19, the department would be spending 193 million rand on undisclosed projects to polish the halls of the political elite. The only difference this time was that the minister did not blame anyone. Instead, she just erected a wall of silence and did not respond to queries posed during the meetings at Select Committee level. When the minister was pressed into answering a written question on the matter, she did the unthinkable. She doubled down and announced that the prestige budget had more than doubled to 423 million rand. It was now abundantly clear that sprucing up a kitchen in Rondebosch and creating extra parking for the presidential mansion in Tshwane was more important than providing skills training for EPWP workers. More important than ensuring decent facilities at quarantine sites for desperate South Africans. More important than ventilators for South Africans gasping their last breath. This shame cannot be welcomed. This budget cannot be welcomed. It must be rejected with the contempt we have for the minister's department and her government. The DA will always put the interests of South Africans first, and we will always hold the feet of government cronies to the fire. Siyabangena! I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bratise. We are continuing with the debate, and there is a request that we have a slight change on the vote the speakers list, and we will then now request the Honorable Fraser to continue with the debate.
Albongwe.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Ministers, Deputy Minister, Chief Whip, Honorable Members. I rise in support of the Honorable Minister for Public Works and Infrastructure's adjustment budget. It is increasingly a moot point that COVID-19 has forced us onto a new terrain of creativity and innovation in our respective portfolios. We must do more with less. The Honorable Minister have previously noted that in the sixth administration of our ANC-led government, we have to work in a context of fiscal constraint. Even before COVID-19, we were confronted with the negative impact of a global economic downturn, the real prospect of negative growth and the attendant recessionary implication, as well as declining tax revenues. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, has led us on a concerted drive to stimulate the economy, invite significant foreign direct investment, and mobilize all patriotic South Africans to work together to move our country forward. COVID-19 has dealt us a deadly blow, but we will not be coward. As South Africans, we are a resilient people. We confronted the demon of apartheid and through collective action, defeated the crime against humanity. We have yet to defeat the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, which impact on the African women the hardest. But in our daily work at national and in the provinces, we are hard at work to make a better life for all our people. We remain mindful, Chairperson, that infrastructure is a key economic driver. Throughout history, economies that thrived and flourished did so on the strength of innovation, dedication, diligence, and the patriotism of its people. Chairperson, the engineering prowess of the Roman ushered in a great empire. The scientific genius of the Chinese brought us paper and gunpowder. The Malian kingdom, centered in Timbuktu, ushered in great advances in astronomy and medicine. The Indus Valley civilization developed water, reticulation, and drainage system, with which a few modifications are still in practice today. We therefore need only to look at how the Great Russian Revolution transformed a feudal economy into power on the basis of infrastructure development. Similarly, Chairperson, the growth spurt of countries like China after 1949 revolution, the Asia Tigers in South Korea, and others. Closer home, Chairperson, the impressive growth in Nigeria, Kenya, in recent years have all been boosted by massive investment in infrastructure development. As the Honorable Minister has demonstrated in successive speeches, our program of action as the ANC-led government must proceed at the fastest pace we are able under the current conditions. Chairperson, honorable members, is to report that in KwaZulu-Natal, all our infrastructure projects remain on track. As soon as the regulations were relaxed after the initial lockdown, we were back to site with projects. We are focused on implementation in spite of the challenges of COVID-19. With infrastructure development, there is an extensive value chain. If we were to have stalled any project, the implication for economic recovery would have been severe. It is also prudent, Chairperson, to point out that at this time that KwaZulu-Natal has an aggressive policy of localization to advance radical socio-economic transformation. The MEC for Human Settlements and Public Works, Honorable Neliswa Nkonyeni, has institutionalized a local procurement of building materials. Local suppliers who complied with SAPS and other standards, with SABS and other standards, are prioritized in the SCM processes. As KwaZulu-Natal, we want to encourage localization in other provinces as well so that we can make a real impact in empowering our people to share the infrastructure pie. Even in these testing time, Chairperson, President Cyril Ramaphosa has reinforced our nation's faith in the new dawn and the spirit of renewal. Our president has alerted us to being geared for the demands of the fourth industrial revolution. We must mobilize all intellectual resources for human progress and having great national pride in them. As we are debating finances, may I point out that the public works budget in KwaZulu-Natal is not generous given other pressing demands in the province. We have nevertheless reprioritized funds amounting to 3.7 million within the department's budget to cater for COVID-19 related expenditure, such as purchase of masks, sanitizers, etc. These funds were identified within goods and services under items such as stationery, subsistence and travel, etc. The department's total budget allocation of 1.7 billion remains unchanged with this reprioritization. It must, however, be noted that the department faces a reduction of 7.6 million in the budget allocation due to budget cuts proposed by the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Treasurer. The department awaits finalization of the proposed cuts for implementation. The proposed budget cuts would see a reprioritization of the following areas within the budget: compensation of employees, consultants, stationery and printing, fleet services, property payments, travel and subsistence, training development, operating leases, infrastructure, and machinery and equipment. The department's total budget allocation will be changed from 1.778 billion to 1.702 billion with the approval of the budget cuts by Treasurer. Additionally to the above mentioned, the Chairperson, the department has reprioritized approximately 38 million to support the expanded public works program initiative of screening learners and educators returning to school. This is a joint undertaking, Chairperson, between the Public Works and the Department of Education in KwaZulu-Natal. In this regard, 6,000 EPWP beneficiaries have been employed throughout the province to support schools with the required COVID-19 screening. KZN Public Works pays the EPWP stipend and the Department of Education pays the cost of the necessary monitoring equipment and the PPEs for the 6,000 beneficiaries. A significant amount of the funding for this project, Chairperson, has seen funds being reprioritized from the compensation of employees' budget. This is due to the expected savings resulting from the postponement in the filling of vacant posts during this COVID-19 period. Chairperson, honorable members, while COVID-19 throws at us a picture of doom and gloom, we have the resources and the resolve to bounce back. These are tense times in our country. Tata was prophetic when he said, I quote, "A true leader must work hard to ease tensions, especially when dealing with sensitive and complicated issues," unquote. We remember Tata Madiba on his birth anniversary in 2 days. The world over, families are losing loved ones, but we must not lose faith. The complexity of COVID-19 means that we have to put our faith in science while they work at the vaccine. In the meantime, Chairperson, we must each do our part in obeying the regulations to the letter so that we may be safe and keep those around us safe. As an ANC-led government, we collectively applaud the Honorable Minister's adjustment budget as a necessary intervention at this testing time. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fraser. You're very, very good on time. Next, will be Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chair, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans. Honourable Auntie Pat, unfortunately, I cannot give you a pat on your back, as the DPWI, in my opinion, has failed on many platforms, such as the spending on its infrastructure grants and failing WPs. Minister, over the last 4 years, your department has underspent more than 140 billion on infrastructure programs, and your department has not been able to reach the targets as set out in the NDP. The hardest hit sector is the construction sector, which is vital to see an economic growth. Unfortunately for you, Minister, the blame cannot be laid at the doors of COVID-19 or the downgrades, as this is something that has been on the table for many a year. Minister, together with the President, you spoke of a 2 trillion investment driven under the SIDS program to finalize 276 identified projects. Minister, can you today please give us an honest answer as to when these projects will be completed and in which part of the respective provinces they are, to enable us to do oversight, which is one of our duties. This House also needs to know whether you will today inform members what measures and systems you have put in place to ensure the donations and the grants and government monies that you were given, that officials are unable to corrupt this money, as you cannot allow funds provided by investors or even government for that matter to be squandered by greedy individuals. Now, Minister, regarding the EPWP programs, this program has not had the desired effect that you had wished for. How ironic for this government to impose a national minimum wage, but when it comes to their own programs, they conveniently forget to apply their own policy. I have also not seen any training or the developing of their skills taking place. Skills shortages is still very much a predominant feature in this country, especially within the construction industry. Minister, can you today inform this House what measures have been put in place in this regard and what the budget is for skills program, what has been spent and what the cost of the stipends are for the EPWP workers? You can deem yourself lucky, Honourable Minister, that you have not faced the brunt of these workers. But looking at what has transpired in Gauteng, you can see the same happening in other provinces if you do not investigate these stipend issues. It is disgraceful to see that in the throes of this pandemic, more than 1,000 EPWP workers in Gauteng are to have their contracts terminated. This, Honourable Minister, is indicative of a government that does not care. As one executive of the NUP SAW union said, these people are not napkins that can be used and thrown away. These are humans and are not recyclable. Yet your government, Honourable Minister, says they are pro-poor, sorry about that, and this is far from the truth. Minister, I therefore call on you to improve coordination, management and administration among program officials to ensure that there is adequate communication, adequate funding, and to further entertain the issue of improved training. You must increase the efficiency of the program in a quest to increase skilled workers in South Africa. Minister, as you said in your opening remarks, your department must assist in building the economy. Please, Minister, show this country that it is not just some more lip service. You also said all you need is the will to implement. Minister, How do you plan to do so? Does it mean that in the past there has never been any will? Please explain this to us and the nation, as we deserve a rightful answer. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Dango, and from there on, the Honorable Nyambi will be taking over the presiding of this House.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. We need to learn from other experiences. In this case, let me refer to the depression in the USA. President Roosevelt responded to the country to drive it out of recession during the 1933-1939 period, focusing on what he labeled as the New Deal, which was led by infrastructure development projects, especially civil works and farm reform. The following sectors were focused upon: youth, the elderly, and special projects for women. Relief was sought for the following sectors: the unemployed and the poor, and to recover to the previous levels of business. There were interesting consequences socially: a realignment of the population, empowering the trade unions. The conservatives opposed the deal and the liberals supported the deal. I think we're heading in the same direction here with the DA. The public works-led New Deal resulted in fiscal policy change, banking reform, and monetary reform, fairer employment practices. In supporting this special budget, the President, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, engaged various motor forces to form social compacts. I want to share my notes of the Progressive Business Forum discussion for SA's new inclusive economic future for delivery of an accelerated economic recovery infrastructure related. Let me quote that. They speak of 12 priority initiatives. Many are infrastructurally related. It argues that they could bolster the GDP by 1 trillion. It can create up to 1.5 million jobs. It can increase by 100 billion in the next 3 years. Calls for establishment of a joint reconstruction team to coordinate, implement the recovery plan. Our president noted that the infrastructure should be the flywheel of our economic recovery from COVID-19. Business for South Africa asserts that mobilizing society around an infrastructure recovery should be the first pillar of a new policy framework. Business for South Africa includes formations like BBC, BASA, BUSA, BLSA, and the Minerals Council of South Africa. This is arguably the first ever unambiguously united response by organized business to any issue. The 12 initiatives are listed, each comprising of several projects. BASA projects, the reforms outlined are fundamental to placing us on a new growth trajectory. BASA suggests that the projects and initiatives to ensure affordable and secure electricity supply should be prioritized along with efforts to a green economy. Investments through an acceleration of the deployment of renewable energy and the launch of a green stimulus and national green funding strategy. It wants ESCOM's operating and capital structures to be addressed in 2019, beyond 2019. And other 10 projects that they've listed is implementing Transnet's road to rail strategy through addressing rail bottlenecks, expanding the Saldanha corridor, expanding and improving competitiveness in the country's ports, including by increasing their capacity to handle mining and agricultural projects, investing in the road infrastructure, including completing the implementation of the bus rapid transport projects, ensuring a full spectrum of utilization to the issuance of licenses, pursuing an e-learning and digital health program. Chairperson, I think that beyond that, what we need to appeal for, I can go on listing what they did say, but to say that the president had appealed to the country and appealed to all the motor forces within the country to come together in a social compact. Business and progressive businesses that did respond in this way. But we need to know what their views are. We know what their views are. The trade unions need to come to the party. The faith-based organizations need to come to the party. Let us build on develop on a social compact that we can turn into an economic and developable contract to create jobs and to cure unemployment. Let us build the infrastructure to build all our communities in the long term through shared services. Chairperson, the Premier of Gauteng has announced the building of new cities that are green, new cities that will cross the class divides, new cities that will have the shared services provided by this ministry. And I think what we need to do is bring South Africa incorporated together in the national interest. Having said that, Chairperson, I've listened to the honorable members of the DA. And a young person said to me the other day, is this the negative party? Is all they can do is bring about negativeness? Or are they prepared to become part of South Africa Incorporated, to project an image of South Africa so that we can actually get and invite the investments at the appropriate price without the negativity that has to be explained all the time, that the agents of negativity want to put forward. But then, which day are we talking to? The neocons on the one side, there are some of them that sound like neocons, the illiberal liberals on the other side, those that are poor, and Anti-Pet, they called you. Anti-Pet, welcome back to the patriotic forces. You and I served in the same committees to bring back the patriotic forces. Welcome back, because I think the patriotic forces need to come together. And in saying that, Anti-Pet, let me say to the chairperson of the NCOP, we share a difficult history together. This week, very sad, Zinzi Mandela died. She worked with me in Operation Hunger. Tom Mantata died. He used to support us when we were in prison. And with that, I thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you. We support this particular budget of the minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Tango. The next speaker is Limpopo MEC of Public Works, Honorable MEC Masimula.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure, MECs present, members of the National Council of Provinces, comrades, and fellow South Africans. This debate takes place at a time when we're going through a difficult period in our lifetime as the family of humanity. And I would like to pass words of condolences to the families who lost their loved ones due to this pandemic, and equally wish all those who are infected a speedy recovery. And also add a voice to encourage South Africans to adhere to the COVID-19 regulations as laid down by the National Coronavirus Command Council. At this point, Chairperson, we continue to draw courage from the leadership provided by the President, His Excellency, Matamela Ramaphosa, throughout these COVID-19 related difficulties. Indeed, the President recognized our commitment when he said that severe changes caused by this pandemic and the changes it continues to cause has not diminished our determination to drive an ambitious and sustainable infrastructure development program. It is therefore with this understanding that it is through infrastructure development that we will lead a successful post-pandemic economic recovery. Hence, it has been placed at the center of the stimulus efforts and regeneration plans and programs. In our endeavor in the province, chairperson of the session, we are working very hard in fighting this pandemic through the Provincial Command Council led by our Premier, Honorable Chubusteng Limatabata, and we are hard at work to prepare additional health facilities or spaces needed for the provision of health services in moments of possible outbreaks as a matter of reality. And so far, we have prepared 4,697 beds for quarantine purposes and are working hard as well for additional 1,161 beds. The supplementary budget, therefore tabled by the Minister of Finance, puts infrastructure development at the center of growth, and it affirms it as the bedrock upon which we should build a post-lockdown future. It is through these policy pronouncements that we demonstrate the much needed care for the livelihood of the people. The allocated resources would enable us to continue implementing the expanded public works program and other planned programs and provide opportunities and help to relieve the people in our province of the burden of their daily struggles, particularly the poor and the unemployed, because we are fully cognizant of the impact of structural or frictional, cyclical, and as well as seasonal unemployment to the lives of our people. In this regard, Chairperson, as a province, we have targeted to create about 475,358 work opportunities, of which it constitutes 9.4% of the national target. However, understandably so, inevitably, this might be affected by the disruptions brought about by this pandemic, though we are hard at work to minimize its negative consequences. Chairperson of the session, we remain seized with the need to develop and empower the youth as the future of our country and pursue the set national targets with regard to women empowerment as well as empowerment of people with disability. And further, we continue to look at the placement partnerships with TVET colleges as part of our strategy to empower the young people in the province and grow skills base required by the economy. This department has since signed memorandum of understanding with all 7 public TVET colleges in the province to ensure commitment towards establishment of a structured and targeted and through path for technical students into the working environment. We have decided to adjust the workspaces at the department as a learning space in order to strengthen mentorship and as well as coaching. The department will also be establishing a support system to verify student records and as well as tracking beyond completion. Chairperson of the session, our work cascades from the basic priorities adopted by national government and well articulated by our Minister, Honorable Delile. And they are integrated planning and coordination, sustainable infrastructure investment, optimized job opportunities, transformed built environment and productive assets. This characterizes the path to infrastructure-led economic growth that will bring meaningful outcomes in the life of the nation. In the same context, Investment and Infrastructure Office in the presidency is well positioned to drive this agenda for injection of both short and long-term socio-economic impact in society. As such, we continue to provide social and as well as economic infrastructure in the names of libraries, schools, health facilities, roads, and agriculture-related infrastructure for food production and as well as security. As a province, we have put in place the integrated master plan, infrastructure master plan, which forms the blueprint of our work, and its continuous implementation contributes to creating infrastructure that is conducive for learning and provision of primary, and as well as to inform maximization of land use, which leads to building social cohesion and a better Africa and world. We're looking into the land asset register with a view to release it for appropriate development projects in strategic sites of economic and as well as social importance in the province. Again, we have planned to commission maintenance as part of an ongoing initiative to ensure that our immovable assets owned by government remains in good condition, because sustainable life cycle of a valuable infrastructure create confidence amongst investor community, both locally and as well as globally. And this gives government a competitive edge in using such for economic benefits in the interest of our people and the nation. And therefore, going forward, Chairperson of the session, our collaborative efforts with municipalities continue as the rollout of the district development model is in full operation to harness the resources and the capacity of the state in ensuring realization of fundamentals as articulated in the Freedom Charter. And through this collective and cooperative leadership, we are ready and continue to mobilize for a social compact between both public and as well as private sector investments. Honorable Chairperson or Presiding Officer, through this policy articulation, we would continue to work hard through infrastructure spend to attend to economic vulnerabilities and growth constraints experienced by our country at the moment. We remain resolute and determined to continuously implement programs aimed at addressing recurrent socio-economic realities facing society. And in this regard, the National Development Plan remains the overarching guiding, if not directing framework for us in the public works family to ensure appropriate infrastructure provision, management coordination, and as well as expansion of programs. Importantly, therefore, professional capacitation and development through strategic planning hub in the province places us appropriately in the design, implementation, and monitoring of infrastructure for provincial administration. That enables us to be responsive and efficient in our work. Furthermore, we remain committed in addressing malfeasance and sleaze in the department for ethical administration and as well as proper service delivery. As government, we remain confident that poverty can be eradicated if we all work together, both public and as well as private sector, including all citizens of our country. This is expressed even in the National Development Plan that confirms that South Africa has a potential and capacity to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality over the decades of this national blueprint. The NDP therefore further states that this requires a new approach, one that moves from a passive citizenry receiving services from the state to one that systematically includes the social and economic excluded, where possible people become active champions of their own development. With these few words, as Limpopo Province would like to support the budget as presented by our Minister, Honorable Patricia Delile.
Thank you, MEC Masemola. The next speaker is Honorable Tute. Honorable Tute.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to start with a quote. The quote says, "We're thinking big." Now, this quote comes from the Infrastructure Development Symposium document that the Minister and the Department presented last month. Chair, it is good, if you pardon the pun, to think big. South Africa has lost its ability to think big because of a few officials and politically connected individuals who have been only interested in big bank accounts. Voorzitter, die 37 miljoen rand se groot Boutbrug wasgoedlyn is maar een van die hoofpyne wat nog vir die minister voorlê. En ek hoop regtig nie dis wat die minister as groot bedoel nie. Minister, jou poging om hierdie persone te ondersoek is prysenswaardig, maar mens kan nie anders as om te dink dat jou hande afgekap is nie. Jy bly 'n buitestander in die kabinet wanneer die ANC oorheers word. Ons hoor wat die plan is met privaat openbare vennootskappe. Dis vir jou belangrik, maar minister, tans vertrou die private sektor eenvoudig nie die hand wat jy na hulle uitreik nie, maar in die ander hand is te gereeld in die koekieblik. There is an English proverb that says, take care of the pennies and the pounds will take care of themselves. Minister, if you think big, you first need to have the buy-in from all spheres of government, especially municipalities who simply do not maintain infrastructure. Municipalities will first need to take care of their pennies for your pounds to take care of themselves, but to the degree that they don't end in big bank accounts of officials. If you want an effective partnership, Minister, I again urge your department, as I did last year during questions in the House, to start a special EPWP program to start fixing water infrastructure. You can even make it part of your Infrastructure South Africa plan. That's thinking big. In fact, there are some who believe that by doing that, the state will in effect buy 10 years of water that is not wasted. Your department is, after all, the custodian of state property. That is what the private sector is looking for in the budget. Remember, the development is directly, or either their development is directly proportional to the infrastructure the government provides. Minister, ek het hierdie week met ingenieurs in die Vrystaat gepraat. Hulle het briljante idees om waterkrisisse of die waterkrisisse in die Vrystaat aan te spreek en om te help om werksgeleenthede te skep met implementeerbare planne. Hulle weier egter om die soveelste keer enige voorstel in die Vrystaat te maak, want daar dieselfde idees word aan ander maatskappye gegee en tenders word aan hulle toegeken. We cannot have their construction mafia hijack public infrastructure projects by abusing the Preferential Procurement Act. So 30% of any public sector infrastructure project must go to emerging businesses. In the meantime, we are seeing the beginning of an exodus of skills. In fact, we are already experiencing that. And that exodus will grow, and we will lose the skills we need to manage our mega projects. That's the effect of broad-based Black economic empowerment the FF Plus has warned against for years. A handful benefits, the rest doesn't. These are all the pennies that the government needs to tend to, firstly, before they can start thinking big. If there's one thing that COVID-19 taught us, is that we need to address the issues that the ANC have failed to do in more than a quarter of a century. You said during the debate, your budget debate last year, Minister, in the National Assembly, implementation and again implementation, we heard that again today. Your big plans will remain mere plans if you do not implement them. The private sector is waiting for implementation before they will accept your hand of cooperation. Chair, Minister, these are the failures of the 26 years under the ANC that the private sector sees when your hand reaches out to them. They know, just as taxpayers do, that the government has the obligation to use their money to the benefit of the country and not someone's big bank accounts. But let me conclude, Chair. Minister, your hands are tied. I mean, you didn't even get a Molly Bongwe today in this house, except for welcome back from Honorable Dongo. Let me put it simply, the cabinet is ANC and you're not. And that's why your department will not be able to act big. Voorsitter, die minister se planne blyk net presies dit te bly, planne. Daarom kan die 5+ nie die begroting steun nie. Dankie.
Thank you, Honorable Klute. The next speaker is the Northern Cape MEC for Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable MEC Makatong. Honorable Makatong.
Thank you, House Chair, and good evening to the Chairperson, the Deputy Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, the members of the portfolio committees, colleagues, MECs from other provinces, and fellow delegates. Good evening to everyone. Thank you, House Chair, for the opportunity to address this August House on this important topic, an important socio-economic development enabled during the storm of COVID-19. Am I audible, Chair?
Yeah, audible, MEC. Sorry, MEC.
Thank you
Let
very
me take
much.
the point of order. Honorable Mukause, what's the point of order?
House Chair, we can't see who's talking. The MEC from Northern Cape, we can only see the glasses. Can we see who's speaking?
No, Honorable Mokause, we can see her, but I can't even see her.
Naramona.
Can you that is not a point of order. Can you continue, Honorable MEC?
Honorable House Chair, the current socio-economic situation precipitated by COVID-19 necessitates that we rethink our growth path and use any means in our disposal with no fail, as we are all affected, irrespective of our class, race, gender, or creed. The reality of our nation is that the resource envelope is shrinking by day, while the government responsibilities to the South African citizenry remains. Therefore, the need to rethink our economic recovery as we navigate the storm towards a new normal is of paramount importance, Chair. I think, Chair, it is also important that we appraise the NCOP on the work done from the side of the Northern Cape Department of Roads and Public Works with respect to the quarantine and isolation sites and the shelters for the gender-based violence victims. For the COVID-19 quarantine and isolation sites, we've managed to make available 1,740 beds from both state-owned and private facilities. In terms of gender-based violence shelters, we've managed to make available at least 55 beds across the province. Honorable House Chair, the recent discussion document by the African National Congress that Honorable Muimang referred to on the economic recovery, it indicates that there's a need for us to rethink the state capacity. We need to draw on lessons of having good agencies like your SANRALs, like your SARS, IDCs, and how this can provide a model to execute through attracting the right technical skills in the right government environment. I think it's a worthy piece of writing to consider across all parties, facing our hard reality and being reminded that families and people in general have been severely affected by both economic situations and this pandemic. Chair of the session, the posture of the province of the Northern Cape was informed by our hard realities characterized by the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and joblessness, more especially amongst young people. And as a consequence, we embraced the vision championed by our Honorable Premier to explore all means at our disposal towards building a modern, growing, and successful Northern Cape. But key amongst the enablers we identified towards the realization of our vision of infrastructure-led development was identified as a catalyst agent in changing our economic landscape towards building sustainable livelihoods. Chair, our resolve was strengthened by the recent symposium on sustainable development hosted by the presidency that reaffirmed our posture as contained in the input of the minister earlier on infrastructure-led economic growth, which is the most effective and significant way as part of our economic growth strategy to grow the economy whilst at the same time responding to the socio-economic needs of the people. Chair, as I joined this debate, I was scheduled earlier to table the budget vote of the Northern Cape Roads and Public Works at the provincial legislature an hour or so ago, where I had to give an account on progress made and inherent challenges confronting our province towards the full realization of this vision. In my input, I have appraised the legislature on the strides we are making towards putting together a blueprint for public infrastructure by using available engagement platforms during this COVID-19 pandemic storm, as we in the process of hosting an infrastructure summit that was initially planned for the beginning of the year. Chair, as the Northern Cape, we took an unpopular decision to some who felt that the need to detenderize the state is against private-owned businesses and business interests, as we are forging ahead in building the capacity of the state to deliver on its infrastructure mandate, while and also considering private sector businesses in areas where our internal capacity is limited. This will be realized with the full establishment of the state-owned construction company for empowerment of the people of this province. As part of building this internal capacity, the province has put more emphasis on professionalizing the state by prioritizing undergraduates and target groups through various empowerment programs, such as the professional registrations on our technical staff and the internal bursary program that will be biased more to women and people living with disabilities. Chair, we have engaged local authorities across the breadth of this province in assessing their capacity, far as maintaining the aging road infrastructure that result in difficulties for communities and businesses to access services. Now, this situation necessitated that we reassess the functioning of our fleet entity also, as far as the utilization of the yellow fleet, while simultaneously beefing up the capacity of our personnel towards working with municipalities in maintaining the road network. I'm sorry, Chair. And as an immediate task, our province has started a process of planning, coordination, and packaging of catalytic projects for presentation to potential private sector partners, investment community, and funding institutions. Our Premier has already initiated discussions with the mines in exploring co-funding mechanisms towards the realization of our vision that is of a modern, growing, and successful province. This initiative is amongst many of our province is exploring towards increasing our financial muscle in using infrastructure as a strategic level for growth and development. House Chair, the Northern Cape has experienced a budget cut due to COVID-19 reprioritization process, an amount of 128 million. Now, that is massive when you look at the vastness of this province and the cost of road network construction. Now, we have started a formal process under the stewardship of this province, of the Premier of this province, to request the National Minister of Transport to relax the conditions of the grant to allow us to spend at least 20% on upgrading of roads from gravel to surface roads, specifically for the John Taulo Gaetsewe district, so as to keep to our commitment. We are hereby also lobbying, House Chair, for the support from both the National Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure and the National Council of Provinces. We have been encouraged, Chair, I must indicate, by the support we have received from this House and both the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and the Department of Transport in our endeavors in mobilizing resources for better infrastructure in our province. Chair, in closing, I need to indicate that unconditionally, the Northern Cape hereby supports the vote as presented by the Honorable Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. The next speaker is Honorable Apleni. Honorable Apleni.
Thank you.
Honorable Apleni.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, thank you very much.
Proceed, leader.
Chairperson, the EFF rejects the budget vote adjustment of the Department of Public Works. What is happening?
Honorable members, let's have order. Let's listen to Honorable Apleni. Can you continue, Honorable Apleni?
I hope you will return that time, Chair, which is wasted by these howlers here.
Continue, Honorable Apleni.
Thank you very much.
You are protected.
Yes, thank you. The social and economic challenges brought about by the COVID pandemic require a state with exceptional and additional capacity. A state that is able to appreciate its developmental role in lifting people out of poverty, in catalyzing growth and development. The EFF is of the firm view that the state should build internal capacity to construct and maintain infrastructure, such as roads, railways, and dams, and basic infrastructure such as schools, houses, hospitals, and recreational facilities. This will ensure sustained development and offer our people secure jobs. This is even more critical during the time of COVID. We need hospitals, quarantine isolation sites that are of an exceptional quality. The Department of Public Works has the land, the means to make this happen. The Department of Public Works should be at the center of such state infrastructural development. At the moment, the Department of Public Works is currently the largest state landowner in the country, holding over 5 million hectares of land. Of this land, over 1.65 million hectares of vacant and not used productively for anything. Rights to this land must be immediately redistributed to Black people across the country who remain landless and vulnerable to evictions every day by the DA and ANC axis of evil. The EFF has, since the beginning of the national lockdown, called for
Honorable Nana, please. Honorable Aplin, we are protected.
Of the national lockdown, called the state control quarantine as part of the solution to curb the spread of the coronavirus. Not only did the government not heed this call and allow the unreliable safe quarantine by citizens, but the department also failed to adequately identify, activate much needed quarantine facilities with the necessary beds and equipment to be able to effectively prevent the transmission of coronavirus by those South Africans who have tested positive. We are all aware of the dilapidated state of the South African healthcare system. Had proper state-owned quarantine facilities be identified, refurbished, and utilized on time, South African hospitals would not be battling under the pressure to provide much-needed beds for the treatment and care of patients, as they are now doing. The EFF also called for the upscaling and revival of the infrastructure and industrial development to kickstart the local manufacture and distribution of PEs instead of standing in the face of the world with our heads out, waiting for white mice here to come and save us. Of the state-owned facilities that were identified as quarantine sites, the number that had been activated in each province by May 2020 was still in the single digits, with infection numbers still rising amidst premature and reckless decision to start the easing of lockdown regulations. In some provinces, leaders of the ruling party did not hesitate to use this catastrophic time in our country and indeed in the world to line their own pockets, availing privately owned accommodation facilities belonging to family members as quarantine facilities without following due processes as it happens here in the Eastern Cape. One can tell that very little consideration has been given to how they are located towards safeguarding the health and well-being of South Africans are spent. It came as no surprise to us when a staggering 35.2 million was spent on the erection of a flimsy 40-kilometer fence along the east and west of the Bay Bridge border. A fence that was quickly and effortlessly vandalized while under construction, bringing into question the quality measures put in place and procurement processes followed in hiring the contractor. It followed that the contractor for the erection of the fence was awarded to a contractor with questionable work ethics, sparing an investigation by the Auditor General. The EFF has lost faith in the department, in the department's ability and willingness to carry out its mandate with integrity. The department has failed to carry out the bare minimum with the plenty it had at its disposal. Chair, we therefore reject the budget vote. Thank you.
Well said, Member Plenary, well said.
Thank you, Honorable Plenary.
Well said.
The next speaker is the Gauteng MEC for Infrastructure Development, Honorable MEC Motara.
Umang.
Honorable Motara. Gauteng MEC for Infrastructure Development.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair and Chairperson of the NCOP, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Chief of the NCOP, permanent delegates, special delegates representing provinces, Minister Delil and Deputy Minister Kivit, MECs from provinces present today, guests and media. I bring you fraternal greetings from the Gauteng Legislature, who woke up to the devastating news of the death of one of our members this morning. Honorable Mapiti David Matsena was brutally murdered at his home in Tshwane late last night. Honorable Mapiti was the chairperson of the Community Safety Portfolio Committee and was also a member of the Infrastructure and Property Management Portfolio Committee. He will be remembered for his passion to serve, his unwavering attention to processes and procedures, always drawing all of us back to why and how, never losing sight of the ultimate goal, which is for us to create a society that is non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, united and prosperous. May your soul rest in perfect peace, my brother, and may you rise in glory. The Gauteng Legislature will never be the same without you. We also meet at a time when the world has been gripped with the effects of a pandemic, which has required all of us to adjust all we do and the way in which we do it. I myself am a returned soldier, and I thank God for that. Let me wish all those infected with this virus well and a speedy recovery. And my heartfelt condolences go out to the loved ones of those who unfortunately have succumbed to the virus. This adjustment includes government and the way in which we operate, adjusting budgets, reprioritizing, looking at better and improved ways of delivering on our collective mandate. We've all had to adjust, stop, reboot, be innovative, learn while doing, and as much as it is exciting, it is a daunting time indeed. But I believe that all of us are up to the task. No one can differ with the fact that state spending on infrastructure and the delivery thereof can bring many an ailing economy out of the woods. It has done so in the past. It can do the same thing for the South African economy as well. I had also intended to highlight how some economies at the greater stages of the economic depression out of this using infrastructure and state spending on infrastructure as a catalyst to this. But I think Honorable Dango eloquently did that, and I wouldn't want to water down his contribution to the debate. Safe to say that I agree fully with the fact that economies that have wanted to bring themselves out of depression, out of difficult times, have relied on state spending on infrastructure, especially capex infrastructure, to bring them out of such quagmires. I do believe that President Cyril Ramaphosa recognizes this and has also indicated that for us to be able to get ourselves not only through the pandemic stage, but also through the economic difficulties that our state is faced with, we need to also rely on state spending on infrastructure, but also to be able to entice the public sector to contribute greatly towards an infrastructure spending. It's also no secret that for a number of repeated financial years, the state has unfortunately reduced spending on both capital projects as well as maintenance of critical infrastructure. The fact that COVID has brought us an opportunity to address this anomaly should not be short-lived. We need to learn from this pandemic of what to do, also what not to do. Key to what we need to do is to ensure we deliver projects on time, within budget, and according to the quality and standards that our citizens expect and deserve. What we should not do is to go back to a situation where the infrastructure that we are rolling out now for us to be able to respond to the pandemic is that we do not make the mistake of not budgeting adequately for its maintenance, its upkeep, but also the expansion of this infrastructure. I believe as Gauteng, we've led in the response to critical infrastructure in a way that meets the expectations of citizens and what they deserve. Our school infrastructure speaks to this point, where schools of the future are seen even in the most depressed, devastated communities such as our townships. We have been able to turn the face of education around, especially in spaces and places that were once only expected to receive the short end of the stick in terms of government spending. Our township schools are state of the art. And when once we were asked as a province as to why we are spending such money in townships to do these schools, deliver these schools, which are state of the art, the advent of COVID has shown that those same state of the art schools are now being able to be used for social distancing purposes. We are able to continue with education, teaching and learning. And it is no longer just the situation where privileged communities are able to continue their teaching and learning. Even underprivileged communities, those same township students are able to learn in better facilities, better infrastructure, state-of-the-art schools with space for learning, teaching, which is conducive to the growth and development of better human beings. House Chair, allow me to respond to Honorable Boshoff, if I may, who made incorrect claims against the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development that we have terminated EPWP contracts. I want to put it on record that we have done no such. All contracts of EPWP workers came to an end at the end of the 2020 financial year. Maybe let me simplify it and say that you have a start date and an end date to any contract. There are no perpetual contracts. For an example, simplified House Chair, you have a cell phone contract, a gym contract, even employment contracts. EPWP contracts are no different. What we cannot and will not allow as the department is to continue irregular expenditure or to be put under pressure by individuals who believe they are the only deserving beneficiaries of the program. We need to bring participants onto the program, give them an opportunity to have experiential training, be an avenue for poverty alleviation for that period, and release them either into the world of work or job creation. The EPWP program is not a permanent employment opportunity, and it should be understood as such. As public representatives, we must be very careful of falling into popular sentiment and pandering to the emotions of some at the expense of what is just, correct, and fair. Speak the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it may be. Try that as a public representative. It will give you more credibility than coming into the House and reading an incorrect and untruthful so-called press statement. Citizens deserve better from their representatives, and we must do better. The Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management has also been affected by reprioritization in order to ensure the safety of our employees during the pandemic. We've purchased PPEs. We have gone to the extent of sanitizing and deep cleaning our buildings and facilities, both of those that we own as well as those that house regional offices and other client departments. We've also gone to the point of making sure that we adhere to the lockdown regulations, which is prudent and diligent in terms of our spending. We've had to be able to look at every rand and cent, to look at where it's going, what is it doing, and make sure that waste and underspending does not occur or reoccur. I rise today, Chairperson, House Chair, to support the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure budget vote. And we do this not because we are in government and we want to be able to rubber stamp what must happen and look at our own, in terms of our own priorities and what we think is right. But we rise today as Gauteng to support the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure budget vote, simply because we understand the critical nature of state spending on infrastructure. We understand that economic catalysts are derived out of public infrastructure, such as roads, such as water infrastructure, energy infrastructure, ICT infrastructure. All of that come together, combined, will put us in good stead to be able to weather the storm of the pandemic, but also come out of the pandemic to be able to rise above and bring us back into economic activity. As difficult as it may seem,
As you
right
conclude,
now, we believe that we will be able to both weather the storm and make sure that we come out at the end a better society and a better country. With that said, House Chair, I support the budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members.
Thank you.
Honorable
Malibongwe.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Honorable
Thank you,
members.
MEC.
Honorable members, Honorable Mutara, it's a product of the NCOP. She was a former provincial whip of Gauteng province. The next speaker is Honorable Lond. Honorable Lond.
Let me see.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, Honorable Ministers, and Honorable Members. It is interesting to listen to the colleagues from the ANC year in and year out. Grand plans being held up, knowing full well that very few of them will be rolled out as promised, with the primary goal not stated, but being self-enrichment of a close connected few. Honorable Mutara, you do speak the truth, because even if it's uncomfortable, people shouldn't fall for populist rhetoric. Do what is right, not what is easy. And I do hope the colleagues from the ANC here and the NCOP took heed of those words and will implement it going forward. The colleagues here from the DA and the other opposition parties who do take up their responsibility of oversight, putting alternatives forward and rightfully pointing out where government has failed, get labeled instead of acknowledging the challenges and committing to correct it. Honorable Dangor, I appreciated your history lesson on what the US did in getting out of the recession. Unfortunately, by nitpicking parts that suit you, you would have failed your students if you were a teacher, just as you are failing the voters you represent today. If South Africa had a functioning and accountable government who put the needs of the people first in actions, not just in words, we could have debated the pros and cons that high levels of infrastructure development can have on the economy. These widespread views of policies and the economic literature in which it is founded supports a notion of economic growth via massive infrastructure investment. Unfortunately, we are not led by a competent and efficient ANC government. Whether that is nationally, the Eastern Cape, KZN, or the province where our missing deputy president is from. Again, Honorable Dangor, I enjoyed how you referred to the new cities that you want to build.
You see the deputy president every day busy. What are you talking about?
Order, Chief Whip. Order, Chief Whip.
Order, Chief Whip. Order, Honorable Nana.
So you need to start with the little things and do it well. You will have more credibility when it comes to the bigger things, because currently you are failing on both the little and the big. Many may call me cynical, but this view is not unfounded. In 26 years, the advent of a democratic South Africa, the ANC correctly stated that the injustices of the past must be corrected, that the spatial development legacy needs to be addressed. But now I ask you a genuine question. When there was no crisis, the economy showing relative strength, you would expect a competent government to start delivering on these promises. Unfortunately, we do not have that competent national government, or in many of the provinces, we have an ANC government that just loot. We all believe, or maybe this was a naive hope, when our president addressed us at the beginning of this pandemic, that the ANC would leave the natural urge to steal and loot and enrich themselves and look after the country, preparing ourselves for the crisis. It is here when I had a chuckle when the Honorable Fraser from KZN, when you listed the infrastructural marvels of bygone eras, and maybe it's quite apt, since the Romans of a few thousand years ago built roads with less potholes and roads that last longer than this current ANC government can build. It has now been more than 100 days with a lockdown that should only have been a few weeks since the president announced the lockdown. In a time of crisis where all the public reps should work to serve the residents, in that time we got scooters as ambulances. A connected few ANC cadres got paid millions to go door to door in a so-called awareness campaign. UIF and TERS payments is an absolute shambles. Our tourism and hospitality industry is being decimated, affecting millions of lives. 8 out of the 9 provinces failed to adequately prepare themselves for the peak, something that was expected. And now colleagues from the ANC are crying about a virus they didn't see coming. You knew the peak was coming. You didn't prepare. To now expect this department to suddenly buck the trend and spend the money where it is meant to go is more a hope than an expectation. As my colleague Tim Browder said, one thing that this department has bucket loads of is excuses when projects fail. But Honourable Minister De Lille, with all my heart, and this I mean genuinely, with all my heart, I do hope that what you have promised and more gets delivered. Jy sal weet die hoop beskaam nie. But me, as well as millions of South Africans, are skeptical whether this time round government will have more for us than just hollow words.
Thank you, Honorable Lond. The next speaker is Honorable Khai. Honorable Khai. Khai.
Disappeared in Amalinda.
He's run away, Chairperson.
It disappeared in Amalinda.
Sorry, I'm muted. Sorry,
Malibongwe.
No.
Khai, unmute and
You know that Khai can run away. You know for record that Khai can run away.
Order, members.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, Chairperson of the National Council of Peace, Deputy Chairperson, Chief Whip, Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, all the MECs from the provinces, honorable members and special delegates. Let me also take this opportunity to express words of condolences to the Mandela family, as well as the family, who is the Speaker of Buffalo City. They are both will be laid to rest tomorrow, but also express words of condolences to families of other members who have passed away during this period. This policy debate on the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure occurs during a difficult economic period, both locally and globally, exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, the economy experienced low growth and high unemployment. The current adversity presents an opportunity to reverse these negative factors which have contributed to low economic growth and high unemployment. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has a number of programs which are catalytic for inclusive economic development and growth. Over the recent years, the department has been plagued with a number of challenges, some of which have been external and others internal, relating to the unethical conduct of officials in the department and in the entities under the department. It is imperative that the department improve its oversight and eradicate all forms of corruption. The policy of the ANC government addresses overall improvement of oversight and the elimination of corruption. Both the executive and the legislature are tasked with eliminating fruitless and wasteful expenditure from all spheres of government in order to improve services and delivery. This is especially true of public works and infrastructure. It is imperative that the guidelines that exist, together with the regulatory environment, ensure that the different departmental programs are functional and that planned performance targets are reached. This can only occur with improved oversight and the eradication of corruption. Given that the country does not have limitless capital resources, it is important that the department spend an implementation of its program through its entities occurs with proper oversight. Corruption in all its forms have to be completely eliminated, and consequence management must be in for those who violate both policy and regulation. Corruption debilitates the ability of department to focus on its core programs and core competencies. The department has recently issued a public warning that there were fraudsters utilizing the department's information to lure unsuspecting companies to deliver goods to the department as if it were part of the official department procurement. The department distanced itself from this and informed the public that the department follows supply chain management policy and procedures for procurement and not document with missing information. Such unscrupulous behavior by the fraudsters would deceive small companies, which result in these companies incurring financial losses. This type of criminal activity requires to be reported to law enforcement agency for it to be stopped and the perpetrators brought to book. In this year, the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure also had to request that the Auditor General conduct an independent audit to the emergency procurement implementation process of the 40-kilometer Beit Bridge border fence project between South Africa and Zimbabwe. The cost of the project to the department was estimated at some 40 million, which means that it costs nearly 1 million per kilometer, which is unusually high cost of a very ordinary and normal fence. This matter is currently under investigation and demonstrates that the government loses economic value through such procurement practices by officials who do not follow regulatory processes to safeguard the interests of government and the country. The department has been plagued by poor administration and corruption, even in the expanded public works program, which, according to the report by Auditor General, resulted in payments being made to ghost workers and people without proper ID documents and without proper accounting for the payments. This type of corruption deprives the real beneficiaries the economic benefits of the expanded public works program. This is counter to the policy of the ANC government to deliver to the economic development to the marginalized communities. The department budget is large and requires proper oversight and the elimination of corruption to deliver on the policy and programs which the department has to implement either directly or through its entities. The supply chain procedure and regulations are known and need to be appropriately implemented. Policy and regulation need to be followed in respect of oversight by all departments and entities. These entities have in the past years been plugged, which is the entities that we refer to are Property Trading and Management Entity, Agrima South Africa, the Independent Development Trust, the Council for Built Environment, and the Construction Industry Development Board. They have in the past been plagued by poor oversight and financial mismanagement. And these issues must be resolved as the entities must operate without fear or favor, and corruption has no place in any of these entities. Proper oversight of these entities will reduce the ability for officials to engage in conduct, which is not in keeping with the government policy and procurement processes. In the recent past, decisive action to root out corruption in the property trading and management company has been taken. The SIU comprehensive work was carried out to ensure that suspicious contracts were reviewed and financial recoveries from such contracts. The minister is on record on the extent of corruption in department and its entities when she publicly suggested, I quote, brazen cover quoting, undeclared conflicts of interest, and spiraling expenditure had become the norm, crippling the department, close quote. This practice leaves the infrastructure and property at a distinct disadvantage, which is unacceptable. The restructuring of the IDT by the department and ensuring that the entity is able to properly operate in terms of its mandate needs to occur as a matter of agency, as the restructured entity will have to function in relation to its developmental mandate. I'm sure here the minister will update the plenary as there's a proposal to dissolve this particular entity. Oversight and cooperation between different spheres of government must improve to gain the value which public property is intended for in relation to the budget spent on an annual basis. Leasing of property from the market will require that leases are based on sound commercial and market-related terms that do not disadvantage government financially. The maintenance of government buildings cannot be compromised or hamstrung because the budget has been clawed away due to corruption. The department is undertaking a shift in its maintenance policy of government buildings and infrastructure through moving away from the unscheduled ad hoc maintenance, and this leads to corruption as its regional offices. The departments intend to move to a budgeted, timed, resource scheduled maintenance program for all properties under the department. The department is correctly reorganizing its maintenance plan to a schedule where 80% of its budget is dedicated to scheduled maintenance and 20% is geared to unplanned maintenance. This is a proactive approach of eliminating corruption. The National Infrastructure Plan will also be utilized to ensure that the department and its public entities take a life cycle approach to project to ensure that this will make its spending more transparent and trackable for auditing purposes. Tender fraud or dubious tenders or work that does not deliver the intended value for money must stop, and decisive action must be taken in terms of regulation and legal processes. The government is unable to realize the full potential of the department's program and functioning of its entities without proper oversight and complete elimination of corruption. There must be a promotion of a strong culture of efficiency in the building and management of public properties and infrastructure. There is no substitution for the elimination of corruption except proper oversight and applying policy legislation. Honorable House Chairperson, I think let me just clarify some of the issues that are raised. It would have been nice if the members, particularly from the DA, have raised some of the issues that they are raising now in the select committees. Usually we have a 3-hour slot in our meetings. We seldom complete the 3 hours. The chairperson would even ask members to ask more questions to the department. We are surprised about some of the issues now that are raised in the plenary. We see those as just either personal, and we know why they are personal, but others are just grandstanding. Despite the fact that I've mentioned some of the issues around the public works program, but we cannot demean the role that is played by this program. For example, in the first phase, that is 2004, 2005, 2008 to 2009, the program created 1.6 million work opportunities, surpassing the 1 million cabinet mandated target a year ahead of schedule. During the implementation of the EPWP Phase 2, 2009-10 to 2013-14, it created 4,069,640 work opportunities.
As you conclude, Honorable Khai.
Okay, the EPW program has reported 4,389,516 cumulative work. I thank you, Comrade Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khai. The next speaker to conclude the debate is the Honorable Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Tilil. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Honorable Chair, I want to start by saying thank you for the support from all the MECs, the Select Committee of the NCOP and honorable members. Your inputs will certainly enhance our plans, and I also look forward to working with the MECs in the provinces as we tackle the backlog of infrastructure. So thank you very much for that support. Honorable Chair of the Select Committee mentioned the importance of labor-intensive programs, and we certainly have done that especially the 14 special projects, where we're going to make absolutely sure that the programs are labor-intensive, and that through our social facilitation with the local communities to ensure that the local communities benefit. Regarding the skills capacity, Honorable Chairperson, we are in the process of putting a database together of young unemployed professionals, professionals coming from the universities, and bringing them together with experienced professionals to assist especially our engineering candidates. And once we have this database, we will then bring this database and create opportunities to draw from that database some of the professional skills that we have in our country, which I believe that we must just recognize those skills. Then, Honorable Chairperson, the whole issue, the stuck record that I had to listen to about land parcels in the Western Cape, I think the Honorable Member must learn to read. We have released land in Stellenbosch, in Driftsand, land in the city center, and District 6, for the land claimants of District 6 to return to the land that they were forcibly removed by his apartheid government. We have also released 6 properties for gender-based violence victims in the Western Cape. And certainly the ruling party here has not done the same. But I won't waste time on that. I think the Honourable Member must also go for anger management. Honourable Fraser said that infrastructure is the key to as a key economic driver, I fully agree with her, and that we just have to make sure that as we roll out the infrastructure plan, that we keep our communities involved and that our communities also benefit to make it a real economic driver. Honorable Bosov, I think you made a mistake. I said we have assessed 276 projects through the new SITS methodology, and only 95 of them have been approved for implementation. Honorable Dango, we certainly have learned from other experiences. We've also learned from the 2010 World Cup and all the infrastructure that we built there as to how we have built that together. And yes, we must learn from experiences of the past and from other countries, and we have got support from the international community and financial institutions. Then, Honorable Chairperson, just I think it's Honorable Klute who spoke about fixing water infrastructure as one of the special projects. There is one included to deal with a water infrastructure and leaks across the country, because we are living in a drought-stricken country and we must save every bit of water. In terms of the proposals from people in the Free State, I will ask them to send the proposals to us that we can have a look at it. Honorable Chairperson, you know, as we speak today, we've got 69 positive cases of COVID-19 in DPWI. We also experienced 2 deaths and about 17 recoveries. And it's not been easy on all of us. And I want to thank the DG and all the staff in the department for giving support to the COVID-19 workers within DPWI. We will continue to be there for them, and I want to wish them a speedy recovery. Chairperson, going forward, together with all the other departments, the infrastructure plan is part of the government's overall economic recovery strategy. And we are far gone with the planning processes. I have committed to the portfolio committees that I will come and give them an upbrief of the implementation of the plans every 3 months, as I must do to Cabinet. Once we have gazetted the various projects in the infrastructure plan, of course, it will become public knowledge and members will be able to know exactly where those projects are. And we look forward also with interaction with the honorable members, you know, for advice. We will never claim to have all the answers and that government can do it alone. I said it in my speech that government cannot do it alone and that we do need partnerships like we have now partnered with the private sector and other financial institutions. But Chair, it is a long road ahead. Our country is going through very, very difficult, trying times like many countries around the world. And it's only when we can unite and make sure that we all work together and proudly say, let us rebuild our country. This is our country, it belongs to all of us. And I look forward to anyone that is positive, that are prepared to come to the table with ideas. We will be prepared to listen. But to all the members of the NCOP, Chairperson, yourself, and I would really like to thank you for this opportunity and look forward to the next report to the Select Committee. I thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, thank you, honorable members. On behalf of the leadership of the National Council of Provinces, led by Tatema Sondo, the Deputy Chair, Mayor Lucas, and the Chief Whip, let me take this opportunity to thank the Minister, the special delegates, the MECs from our respective provinces that we represent, in this August House called the NCOP. And thank you all members for your good conduct. That concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned.
Thank you, man. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Joma for chairperson.
Yebo, Joma. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Thank you, Chief Whip.
Yebo. Oh, Mr. Mutsamai, Uamo.
It
was nice to listen to you. Oh, bravo, man. Great. Sandra,
good man.
How are you?
Yeah. So much.
Great, my man.
It was nice to see all your faces again. You must have a blessed evening. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Chief Whip. Chief Whip. Who's hosting?
Me, it's Ravi.
Oh, Ravi. Ravi.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's follow the same process.
Okay.
Waiting room.